And welcome to Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee here in Austria. My name is Belinda Granger and I will be with you all morning and day long doing the live English coverage. This is the 13th edition of the race here in Austria. The race started back in 2010. And what an absolutely spectacular part of the world it is here in the Kaiserwinkl region of Tyrol. Now, the little village of Walchsee is situated around the lake, which is just beautiful. It warms up to around 23 to 24 degrees C throughout summer. The water is absolutely pristine, good enough to drink, they say. And the backdrop here in Walchsee, well, it's simply stunning. I really feel like I'm in a fairy tale book. I arrived here directly from Rot after commentating Challenge Rot last weekend. I arrived here on Wednesday and honestly, I don't think I've stopped smiling ever since. It's just beautiful. I've never been to a race destination quite like it. The mountains in the background, the lake, it's just such a beautiful, quaint little town. And it's no wonder that it is a sellout event yet again this year. Now we have around 1,250 individual athletes racing today in the middle distance. 100 athletes also participating in the aqua bike and 52 relay teams. So that's a total of around 1,500 athletes that we have here today. Yesterday we had the Junior Challenge, 250 children taking part in the aquathon. We also had the aquathon standard distance for our adults, and in the afternoon we had the Challenge Women's 5 kilometre fun run, and it was an incredible event. I yet again decided to have a run, and it was absolutely beautiful. The sun came out, they had champagne on the finish line, it was glorious. Today, well, the weather's not looking as nice as it was yesterday afternoon. We're currently sitting with an air temperature of around 15 degrees C, and there is light rain. It rained overnight and is still drizzling this morning. Water temperature, it's sitting at 21.1 degrees Celsius. That means that it will be a wetsuit swim for everyone, our professional athletes and our age group athletes. We are hoping that the weather does start to clear. It is supposed to clear. So right now we have showers, a bit of drizzle. The roads are wet, as I mentioned, but we are expecting a high of around 22 degrees Celsius. and sunshine towards the latter stages of the day. Now, what does this mean for our athletes? Well, it's going to be really tricky on this bike course. The bike course here in Walchsee is very, very technical, not just the ascents, but the descents. So with the wet roads, it's just going to add that little bit of extra bit of tricky riding for these professional athletes and age group athletes. We've got an incredible field assembled here. As you can see, great scenes there of Lake Walchsee with the mountains in the background. You can see that it is very overcast. It looks like it has stopped drizzling, stopped raining, which is a good thing, but it is going to take a little bit of time for those roads to fully dry. Our athletes are out warming up on the Zone 3 1.9 kilometre swim. Now the swim here today, it's one big clockwise loop, triangle-shaped swim in Lake Walchsee. As I mentioned, wetsuits are allowed for both our professional men and women and age group athletes. Professional athletes today will be starting at 8:30, while our professional women will be starting at 8:35. We then have our age group athletes rolling starts starting at 8:45 a.m. and our aquabike and relays at 8:55 a.m. You can see transition. It is a sellout event. So that transition is chock-a-block full of bikes. But you can see beautiful conditions on the lake. It is nice and calm. There is no wind about right now, as most of our athletes are warming up. And talking about our pro field, we have 31 professional men on the start line today and 20 professional women. Our top males, so our top males racing today, Frederic Funk, he'll be wearing bib number 1 as our defending champion. Freddie Funk had won it here back in 2021 and last year 2022, so he's our defending champ. He is the course record holder and he is going for the hat trick today. He will be wearing a gold cap. We've then got Thomas Bishop from Great Britain wearing bib number 2. He'll be in a silver cap. Jan Stratman from Germany wearing bib number 3 in a pink cap. Nick Heldorn from the Netherlands wearing a bib number 4 in a white cap. And Sven Thaumann, bib number 6, wearing a purple cap. And look out also for the youngster Tom Hug from Switzerland wearing bib number 31, and he will be wearing a white cap. In our women's race, we've got Grace Tech wearing bib number 51 in a pink cap. Grace Tech all the way from Australia. She has been based here in Europe for quite some time now in Girona in Spain. We also have Lucy Byram wearing a bib number 52. She will be wearing a silver cap. Imogen Simmons from Switzerland in a bib number 53 wearing the orange cap. Els Visser from the Netherlands wearing bib number 54 in the purple cap. And then our swimming superstar Lucy Buckingham from Great Britain, bib number 63, and she will be wearing a gold cap here today. We are expecting Lucy Buckingham to exit the water first today. She's a very, very strong swimmer, one of the fastest in the sport. And in our men's race, we are expecting Sven Thaumann from Switzerland to have a little bit of a lead, but it'll be interesting to see if the likes of Tom Bishop, who's also a very strong swimmer, is able to stay on his feet. But you can see now our athletes getting ready to go. As I said, 5 minutes till start time, 8:30. Our professional men will be starting. Our professional men will be in yellow caps, apart from our top tier athletes that I spoke about. Our women will be in red caps. Women will start 5 minutes after our men. Video from Saturday, our junior challenge and aquathon standard distance. was just a little highlight video from yesterday's events, our junior challenge in the morning, and then our aquathon standard distance. It was a great event. We had around 250 kids racing in the junior challenge and around 100 in the aquathon. But this is the main event right here, right now. You can see on screen to your very left, that is Thomas Bishop from Great Britain wearing that white cap. Right next to him on his right is our defending champ. He's carrying a heavy weight on his shoulders here today. That's Frederic Funk from Germany. This is like his backyard. He lives only 20 kilometres away, just over the border in Germany. Next to him on his right is Jan Stratman, looking very, very confident. He is excited to race. I actually think I met my match earlier this week. I thought I was the biggest talker known in this part of the world, but Jan Stratman certainly gives me a run for my money. He's a real character, so fantastic to have him racing here today. He's coached by Bjorn Giesman, same coach as Patrick Lange. Of course, Patrick Lange having a fantastic race last week in Challenge Roth. That lightning fast new world best marathon time. But they are our three top starters in the men's field, Frederic Funk, Tom Bishop and Jan Stratman. As the rest of our professional men in yellow caps. Down into the water they go. We are very, very close to go time here in Walchsee. We have 31 professional men racing here today. That purple cap right over to the right of your screen is Sven Thaumann. We are expecting him to take the lead here today early. We're going to be very interested to see if there is anyone that's able to stay on his feet. Every time Sven Thaumann swims, he is either out in front or in that lead group. Very, very strong swimmer. And we are away here for the 13th edition of Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. The race has been going here in Walchsee since 2010. It looks like a fast start, and that is someone off the front already. You can see right here, closest to screen, that is Sven Thaumann, leading as expected. You can also see the pink cap of Jan Stratman. But very fast start here indeed for our professional men. 21 degrees Celsius in the water here today. Beautiful conditions. Interesting to see that Sven Thaumann decided to start to the left. You can see Jan Stratman over to the right. It's a triangular shaped course, so they will swim now. It's a straight shoot right to that first turning can. So, to be honest, I think Jan Stratman definitely had the better of the line to this first buoy. You can see that second right over near the base of the mountain. That is the second turning can. So they must keep all of the buoys on their right shoulder. There are two main turning buoys that they will need to go around. But you can see already now Sven Thaumann making his way to the front as expected. You can see just a little bit further back, that silver cap, that is Thomas Bishop from Great Britain. It's going to be very interesting to see how Tommy goes today. He's only just come down from altitude. He's trying something new for the very first time. So he's been training up in Livigno in Italy at 1,800 metres plus. He's been up there for about 2.5 weeks and he's only just come down. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how he's going. As we can see on screen now, our professional women, that is Grace Tech there from Australia in the pink cap. She's been based in Girona for the last couple of months. She's had an absolutely spectacular start to the season. She won 70.3, second at 70.3 Tasmania back in February. She won Challenge Wanaka also in February. She was the winner of 70.3 Geelong. She was 11th at the PTO European Open in Ibiza. 5th at the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia in May. And she recently had a win at Challenge Salo in June. So very, very strong season for Grace Tech. Our women getting ready to go. You can see Lucy Byram there in the silver cap. You've got Els Visser in the purple cap, Imogen Simmons wearing the orange cap, and that gold cap to the right of Imo is Lucy Buckingham. We know that she will get out in front early. She's a brilliant swimmer. You can see Magda Niewald there in the second row. Magda Niewald had a great start to season 2, winning Challenge Fréjus in France and also recently the winner of Challenge Korea. So 1.5 minutes till our professional women are underway here in Walchsee. 21 women racing today. But Lucy Byram there in the silver cap, the youngest of our competitors here today in the women's field at 23 years of age. She is the future of the sport. Coached by Jacob Tipper, based out of Leeds. Often does quite a bit of training with the likes of Lucy Buckingham and Tom Bishop. They've got a very, very strong triathlon presence in Leeds. Headed up by coach Rhys Davey, the husband of Vicky Holland. Was Rhys Davey the coach of Thomas Bishop? What a great job these two are doing together. Tom's had a fantastic switch from short course racing over to the longer distance. As professional women are now ready. And they are away, our professional women here today in Walchsee. Another fast and furious start. You can see already that gold cap of Lucy Buckingham has already made her way to the front of this field. Wearing bib number 63 from Great Britain, coached by husband Mark Buckingham, based out of Leeds. Husband Mark, now the head coach of Irish Triathlon, but Lucy, of course, still training in Leeds. Fantastic to see Lucy back racing. She's had a fairly tumultuous last 6 to 8 months last year, coming down with a nasty back injury, a slipped disc, a nerve, consequent nerve issues, and it's been a long road back for Lucy, but it's been so great catching up with her this week and having her here racing. She's here with her mum, but she's a fantastic athlete, and it's just great to see her back. Good start to the year, I have to say, for someone that's come back from such a nasty injury. Started the season in May with a win in the Mallorca Olympic distance triathlon, and then backed that up with a win in June at 70.3 Warsaw. And is looking to have another very, very strong race here today. Have a work cut out for her, of course, with the likes of Grace Tech from Australia, Lucy Byram from Great Britain, Imogen Simmons from Switzerland. Imogen Simmons also back from injury, requiring surgery. She was 12th at the championship back in May in Šamorín in Slovakia. In June, she took the win at Cagnes-sur-Mer, Challenge Cagnes-sur-Mer, a new race for Challenge family in France. And it would be great to see Imogen Simmons have another strong race here today. But look at that already. Lucy Buckingham has cleared out and is on her own. Something she's very, very used to. There are not too many triathletes out there that can stay on the feet of Lucy Buckingham. I can think of one other Lucy that can do it. But look at the distance she has already managed to put on the rest of this female field here. See the purple cap there, right in the middle of your screen. That is Els Visser from the Netherlands. She's just came down late from St. Moritz. She's up in St. Moritz training with her squad up there. She'll be on a bit of a high after her training partner, Daniela Riff, and that spectacular race she had last week in Roth. I'm still shaking my head. Absolutely amazing race from, well, we've decided to call her the happy bird now, not the angry bird, because I've never seen her so happy that last few kilometres last weekend, running towards that finish line in Roth. New world best time. So I'm sure that squad up there in St. Moritz is buzzing right now. That pink cap just in front is Grace Tech. Now, Grace Tech, as I mentioned, having a really strong season so far. She's done more racing than about anyone I know. She's coming fourth in the Challenge Family World Bonus. A win here today will really push her up into those top 2 or 3 positions. So right now, currently in fourth behind Lucy Byram, who is leading the World Bonus. We've got Magda Nieuwelt from South Africa, who is second in that World Bonus, along with Anne Haug. Anne Haug shot right up the rankings with her second place finish last weekend in Roth. But a win here today for either Lucy will cement her position at the top, but a win for Grace Tech will move her further up into that top 3 position. Now, men's race, Thomas Bishop. It'll be interesting to see what he can do here today. A win here will definitely put him on the top spot of the Challenge Family World Bonus. In fact, I think if Tommy Bishop can finish in the top 5 here today, he will overtake Caleb Noble and Mathis Magirier from France to take that top spot. He's made it very, very clear that that is his goal, to win that Challenge Family World Bonus. Great to see so many athletes going for the bonus this year. We know that Grace Tech and Lucy Byram also have it on their radar, along with Magda Nieuwelt. She flew all the way from South Africa to try and hold onto that second position. And what a spectacular overhead shot. Great drone footage here of Lake Walchsee. It's the 4th largest natural water body here in the state. But it really is so picturesque. And I've been in this sport now for just over 30 years, and I have to say, without a doubt, this is the most stunning venue that I've ever come to. I mean, Challenge Wanaka, absolutely beautiful. I'd say they are pretty much on par, but Walchsee, every time I come to Austria, I was in St. Pölten last year for Challenge St. Pölten, another beautiful part of the world. And now this year, Challenge Walchsee. There is just something so magical about the mountains. And it was such a strange feeling when I turned up on Wednesday, because I hadn't been in the mountains for quite some time. I used to train in the mountains of Switzerland back in the day when I was still an athlete, and there is something just so peaceful and almost mystical about the mountains. It really is. It's almost like you arrive here and it's like a weight has been taken off your shoulder. And we were welcomed here at Das Walchsee Active Resort. Fantastic hotel here that all of the top professional athletes get put up in, as well as myself. So huge shout out to the Plätze Resorts who sponsor the race, and also Das Walchsee Hotel for their incredible hospitality. The manager Daniela has gone above and beyond for all of us. Incredible food. It's got a 25 metre or 24.5 metre pool that the athletes have been able to swim in, a great gym. The food has been wonderful. I know Sam Long was here last year and he could not stop raving about this place. The hotel, the food, the hospitality. It really is 5-star. But you can see right now that those groups are starting to form in the swim. Now our professional men as well as our professional women. We did expect that to happen.
Boot.
Right now, we are with our women's race here. Remember, most of our women are in red caps apart from our top tier, our top seeded professional women, our men in yellow caps. We are not too far away now from the start of our age group race. It will be a rolling start beginning at 8:45. We have 1,250 age group athletes racing here today. It was a sell-out event. I know after all of our age group athletes are away at 8:55, we will have our aquathon athletes and our relay teams. And speaking of our relay teams, we have actually got some superstars here today participating in the relay teams. Some incredible world best biathletes from Germany. So we've got Johannes Kuhn, a multiple World Cup winner and Olympic team member. Denise Herrmann, Olympic champion and multiple world champion and multiple World Cup winner. Christian Mehringer. We've got Olympic female team head coach Marlene Fichtner. Lisa Spark, European champion. We've got Dominik Schmuck, silver champion, and Marion Weisensatter, silver European champion. So all of these athletes, absolute superstars of biathlon in Germany, here today participating, although I would say they'll be racing, knowing, whenever you get athletes of that caliber, it's never just about participation, it's always about racing. But they are in relay teams. As you can see now, our age group rolling start has begun. So it is a beach start here for our age group athletes, and they will make their way around the zone 3, a 1.9 kilometre swim in a clockwise direction. You can see it is a straight shoot out to that first turn can on the other side of the lake. They must keep all of the boys on their right-hand shoulder. The race here in Walchsee been going since 2010, run by Andreas and Ilona Klinger, absolute superstars when it comes to running events. Some of the best in the business, Andreas and Ilona and their team. But look at that view. I honestly, where we're staying, we're up on the 4th floor at Das Walchsee, and we have a view over the lake. Every morning I've been getting up and it never seems to get old. It's just beautiful. This really is a sports person's paradise. The running is great. The riding is incredible. Swimming in the lake. Mind you, my swimming days are long gone, but I did go for a swim earlier this week. Actually hired a stand-up paddleboard and went for a stand-up paddle around the lake. It was wonderful. While it's an incredible place for summer sports, of course in winter, I would love to come back here and see what it looks like in winter. Snow everywhere, beautiful skiing conditions here, cross-country skiing, downhill skiing. Any wonder that Austria is one of the best countries in the world when it comes to Winter Olympics. As we are back there with our professional men's field. So while we are expecting to see Sven Thalmann out in front for our professional men, we know that Tom Bishop, also a very, very strong swimmer. It's going to be interesting to see if he's able to stick to his feet. Thanks to Torsten Rade again for all of the stats for today. He has got Sven Thaumann coming out on top with Tom Bishop not too far behind. And then we're looking to see the likes of Frederic Funk, Jan Stratman and Nick Heldorn and Thomas Ott together in a group just a little way behind. We know with Frederic Funk, our defending champion, he's a strong swimmer, but it is his bike that is his lethal weapon. He holds the course record here, he holds the bike record here. We are looking to see him set a really fast pace as soon as he hits transition. Roads are still definitely wet out there, so with the bike course that we have here today, it is very, very technical. 2 laps. And I liken the course to a figure 8. So it starts in town. They'll do a loop out one end of town with an out and back section. And then they'll come back through town, loop out the other end with another out and back section. But it is quite technical. There are some very thin roads. There are some 2.5K climb thrown in there for good measure. And quite a technical descent as well, and of course they have to do it all over again. 2-lap ride here, and I think the first lap is going to be quite tricky, particularly with the wet roads, and they are really going to have to take care. So you can see now that is Sven Thaumann out in front, and it looks like Tom Bishop in the silver cap just off the back of his feet, so that you can see that Tommy isn't giving up, though. He really is trying to limit that deficit between himself and our leader. And on Tom Bishop's feet, that looks like Jan Stratman. So if it is, what a great swim Jan is having today. But yep, as expected, Sven Thaumann from Switzerland leading the way here in the men's race. You can see in the background all of the tents. There is a campground on the far side of the lake here. It is probably one of the biggest campsites I've ever seen, and it is absolutely packed solid, full of tents, RVs, camper trailers. So many of our athletes choosing to drive here and camp. You couldn't get a better location for a campground. But you can see now Tom Bishop really trying to get back on the feet of Sven Thaumann. And that is indeed Jan Stratman on the feet of Tom Bishop. So great swim from Jan. His coach Bjorn will be very, very happy with the start that Jan's having here today. I spoke to Jan earlier this week. He loves being here in Austria. He got married here in Austria, actually, last November to his now wife, Leah. Leah is here, of course, today supporting Jan, but it just shows you that Austria is a very special place for Jan Stratman. He was 5th in Krakow in Germany back in May, 4th in Luxembourg in June. So if he keeps trending in that direction, we are expecting him to finish on the podium here today. He would like nothing better than to finish at least 3rd. But he swimming very, very well and setting himself up for a great race so far. So you can see now our top 3 men are almost at the end of this swim here. They will exit, make their way up into transition. They'll grab their kit bags, go into the tent, change straight through to their bikes, and then they'll exit at the far end of transition and begin the first of 2 laps here. Now the bike is slightly short here at about 84.5 kilometres, I do believe. But what it lacks in that little bit of extra distance, it certainly more than makes up for in elevation. So it's about 1,100 metres of elevation gain. Time on screen so far, 17:57, so very, very fast swim here, but really, you couldn't get better conditions. You can see down on ground now that the water is beautiful. And Sven Thaumann from Switzerland first out in just over 23 minutes. You've got Tom Bishop and Jan Stratman right behind on his heels. Great swimming from these three men. Our top three out of the water. Keep an eye on Thomas Bishop, having just come down from altitude. He's admitted that he's experimenting with something new. So it's going to be interesting to see how he feels today, whether he's able to get out of that second gear, having come down from altitude. He will be going straight back up there tomorrow. So no rest for Tom Bishop. His next two big races will be the PTO Open in Milwaukee, the US, and then the 70.3 World Champs in Finland. So they are the two big races for Tom Bishop this year. So he is treating this race as a little bit of a training day, but he does hope that all that training that he's done the last couple of weeks in Livigno helps him really race well here today. And you can see the rest of the field coming out. And that was a great swim from Tom Hug. So we know that Tom Hug from Switzerland, the youngster from Switzerland, actually lives just out of Nuremberg, so is studying in Germany. But Nick Heldorn also there, Frederic Funk also there, Jonathan Weyeff, another great athlete from Belgium. So all of the main contenders out of the water now. Thomas Ott from Germany also out of the water. So that is going to be a big group of men as our lead three make it out together. The lead three of Sven Thaumann, Thomas Bishop and Jan Stratman make their way out of transition, as the rest of our professional men make their way to their bikes. And first onto the bike is Tom Bishop, so he'll be very, very happy. Oh, and Sven Thaumann just having a little bit of an issue there. You can see the roads are still really, really wet, so the men are going to have to be so careful this first lap of the bike ride. It's really going to take a lot of skill. But there you go, 25.16 for Thomas Bishop, Jan Stratman 25.18, Sven Thaumann 25.18. Now, lead three will make their way through the very small town of Walchsee. It's basically one main street. The Arbus bike ride here today, as I mentioned, it's a figure eight with a dog leg or an out and back section on each end of the course. Bike course here has around 1,100 metres of elevation gain. Walchsee itself sits at about 663 metres of elevation, so we're a little higher up here. But this course is technical, it's tricky. There are some narrow roads. We have switchbacks. We have a 2.5 kilometre climb at about 5.5% gradient. And of course they need to do that all over again on lap 2. But our top 10 out of T1 up on screen. Really, really impressed with Tom Hug's swim there. He's managed to get out with the likes of Frederic Funk and Nick Heldorn. That is brilliant swimming from Tom Hug. It is his weakness, but he has really been working very, very hard. He's self-coached, but he has got a swim coach just out of Nuremberg where he is studying, and looks like he has really been putting in the work, because that was a great swim for Tom. His strength is the run. He is definitely the strongest runner on paper here today. So this is the last of our professional men making their way out of the water. It will be not too long now before we see Lucy Buckingham, who is leading the way for our professional women. But Tom Bishop, Jan Stratman and Sven Thaumann out of the water in front. And they have got a big chase group behind. Thomas Ott from Germany, Nick Heldorn, Jonathan Weyer from Belgium, Tom Valen also from Belgium, Gregor Schreiner from Germany, Frederic Funk, our favourite for today, wearing bib number 1, our defending champ, along with Tom Hook from Switzerland and Antonio Lamoli from Italy, Colin Such from USA. He's in the Girona Triathlon Academy. So great to see quite a few from the team here today. Ollie Mendel also here from that team from Israel. And Andy Kruger also from the USA. Poor Andy, he emailed me only days ago. As we can see, Lucy Buckingham here, first out of the water, as expected. This is a position she is well and truly used to. Fantastic swim from Lucy. 24:05. So great swim from Lucy Buckingham today. Coached by her husband, Mark Buckingham. She's based out of Leeds. Part of the BMC Pro Tri team. The only female in that team, of course, we know Max Newman, Chris Leiferman, Christian Hugenhaug, Pablo De Pina, Thor Bendix Madsen, Patrick Nielsen also in that team. So some very, very strong men in that BMC Pro team. So straight to her bike, helmet on. And you can see here that Lucy Buckingham has managed to catch some of our professional men. That just shows you the caliber swimmer that she is. She's got that incredible long hair. She really is like a mermaid in the water. But Lucy also very, very strong on the bike. Very powerful bike rider. It's going to be interesting to see what type of lead she has on the other women. There are some other very strong bike riders in the field. Lucy Byram also very strong. Imogen Simmons very strong. And even Grace Tech, who I would have said her bike was her weakness, but she's really, really improved that over the last 12 months. And is riding very, very well. Little pocket rocket Grace Tech. She's the tiniest in the field. And we can see second out of our females, Imogen Simmons of Switzerland. So there you go, almost smack on 2 minutes behind. So Imo Simmons, 2 minutes down on Lucy Buckingham. But great swim from Imogen. We were wondering if anyone was going to be able to swim on Imogen's feet. You can see Lucy Byram just a smidge behind, along with Grace Tech. So Lucy Byram and Grace Tech out together. About 24 seconds down on Imo. But all four of these women very, very strong. Grace Tech would be the fastest on paper when it comes to the run. And now we have Marta Bernardi from Italy also out. Marta Bernardi was recently third in Challenge Gerardsbergen in Belgium. A fellow countrywoman, Margie Santa Maria, was the winner there at that event. We are now back with our lead men, and boy, you can see it is quite wet. And this is part of the course, the first part loop out one end of town. You can see quite narrow roads. They only ride it in one direction. These roads are completely closed to traffic. But this course is renowned for being very, very technical. So bib number 3 on screen is Jan Stratman. So we do have 3 cameras out on course today. We've been told that there may be some sections where we may not have live coverage for safety reasons. So if the race director and head moto officials deem it to be too unsafe with the wet roads, they will come back into town. But so far you can see we have 1 lead camera with our professional men and 1 with our women, and we will have a floating camera there as well. We have timing mats every 10 kilometres on this bike course. So plenty of opportunity for you to track your athletes, families, friends, the professionals. That is Lucy Buckingham leading here today in our professional women's race. Fantastic position on the bike. And as I mentioned earlier, just so great to see Lucy back racing. She's an incredible athlete. She's an Olympian. Made the crossover to longer distance racing and then unfortunately suffered that really nasty lower back injury. It's taken a long time to come back, and I think it's going to be one of those things that she's just going to have to manage for the rest of her career, but she knows exactly what she needs to do. I got the opportunity to catch up with Lucy earlier this week about her first time here in Walchsee and having such a great start to the season. This is your first time here in Challenge Walchsee?
It is, yeah. I'm really excited to race. It's the first time being here, and it's been over a year since really racing like for Challenge Family, so yeah, I'm really excited.
Since you've come back this year, you've had a great start to the season. 2 wins. You won the Majorca Olympic Distance Triathlon, and you also were the winner in 70.3 Warsaw. So really, for someone that's come off such a nasty injury to come back and have 2 wins, are we going for the hat trick tomorrow? That's what I want to know.
I'm just, well, like my husband always says, he's also my coach, it's a win just being on the start line and being happy and healthy and fit. So straight away, I'm just really happy to be here. But of course, I always just strive for the best position I can get on the day, and I always give it 100%. So I'll 100% be giving it my all tomorrow, and yeah, just looking to have fun.
That was, of course, Lucy Buckingham on being happy, healthy, fit and back on start lines, just the way we like it. And you can see right now just how tricky the course is here in Walchsee. And when you throw in wet roads, that adds just that extra element and makes it just that little bit tougher. But quite thin, windy roads. When these are dry, not so difficult to ride on. But here with the wet conditions, you can see the men are not making any rash decisions. They're not taking any risks. They are being very, very sensible on this part of the course. This is our chase group, of course. Well, sorry, our lead group. Our chaser is Sven Thaumann. Up front, we've got Tom Bishop and Jan Stratman, I think, is leading. I can't see him, he's just out of sight, but this is our lead group of 3. And our chasers are behind. But you can see the conditions are a little trying out there, so you have to excuse. Every now and again, we're going to get frozen pitches just because of the conditions, the rain. We have been told that it will stop raining shortly, we hope. And it is supposed to clear up to a nice day, 22 degrees Celsius high that we are expecting here in Walchsee. So while our professional men are making their way through the first loop here on the course, our age group athletes are completing the Zone 3 1.9 kilometre swim. Most of the professional athletes have been here all week, so they've had plenty of opportunity to do some recon over this course. It's definitely a course that you want to ride before the race. You want to see it, and you can see why right now. Lots of tricky cornering, making their way through small villages. I know there is one descent that's about a 12% grade and 4 switchbacks. So I know all of the athletes have been out practicing on that descent just to make sure that they can get it right. You throw in the wet roads, and that added element that they're going to have to really just be aware, not take any risks. It's a long season left. All of the big championship races coming up. You know, a lot of the athletes here today are racing the PTO US Open in Milwaukee. We've also got World Championship events coming up. So they're not going to take any unnecessary risks right now here in Walchsee. So Lucy Buckingham on screen right now, leading. We know behind her, Imogen Simmons from Switzerland. She was just over 2 minutes back out of transition. And then at about 2:16 back was Lucy Byram, 2:44 back Grace Tech. So Grace Tech lost a little bit of time in transition. She got out of the water with or just behind Lucy Byram, and she's lost a little bit of time through T1. And then at 3:21 back in 5th place, Marta Bernardi from Italy. Magda Niewood out in 7th, 4:38 back. And at 4:58, so just shy of 5 minutes back, we've got Els Visser in 11th place. Another of our favourites. We know that Els is one of the strongest bike riders in the field. Trains up in St. Moritz. So this sort of riding will be nothing new for Els Visser. Els has also had a very strong start to the year. She was second in February in Challenge Wanaka, New Zealand. She then went on to win Ironman New Zealand in March. She was 22nd at the PTO European Open in Ibiza. And then more recently, she was 9th at 70.3 Krakow. But she did just win a middle distance event at home in the Netherlands. It was supposed to be the Dutch Championship, but that title was taken away last minute. But she still won that race. And it was quite interesting because that race in the Netherlands was actually handicapped between the professional men and women. And Els was the first across the line. So very impressive racing from Els Visser. She was able to cross the line in front of fellow countryman Menno Koolhaas, who's also had a great season so far this year. So Els coming into this race in great form. She only dropped down from St. Moritz 1 day ago. But she's got a little bit of real estate to make up for, leaving transition 5 minutes down on this lady on screen now. So while Jan Stratman was third out the swim, he is taking control here today. He's decided he wants to set the pace. And Tom Bishop, very, very intelligent racing from Tom Bishop. He doesn't need to do anything silly here. He's going to let Jan Stratman set the pace. 12-metre rule. So the 12-metre drafting rule being implemented here today. We have got technical officials from the Austrian Triathlon Federation on course. They have been great to work with. You can see Tom Bishop definitely leaving 12-metre gap as they make their way up the first of many climbs here today. Road's still very, very wet. Great to see Sven Thaumann still able to hang on. We know that the bike isn't Sven's strong point. It is something he is working on. Sven Thaumann, of course, 6th at Challenge San Remo last year, and he was 10th at Challenge Walchsee here last year. So looking to definitely improve on that result. 2023 season, he was 16th at the championship in Slovakia earlier this year in May. He has a PB for 1500 metres, 16:19. So he really is an exceptional swimmer. I would say of the 3 legs, the bike would be his weakness. But so far, beginning stages of the bike ride, he is riding very, very well. Because we know both Tom Bishop and Jan Stratman are very strong bike riders. So while this course has a lot of technical sections, a lot of ascents and descents, you can see right now on screen there's plenty of pure time trial sections where the athletes can get right down in the bars. Jan looking very, very comfortable and in his groove right now. So while we do have a German leading, we are trying to see exactly where our defending champ, Frederic Funk, is on course. We know he came out of the water around 23 seconds down on this group of 3. And Frederic Funk would have to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest rider here. He knows this course like the back of his hand. As he said earlier this week, it's like his playground. He only lives around 20 kilometres away. Has ridden these roads many, many times. And I really think with the conditions that we have today, it is going to make the world of difference to know this course inside out. So €19,000 prize purse, paying top 6. The winner will take home €3,500 plus valuable Challenge Family World bonus points. And our top 6 professional men, professional women, as well as our top 6 in all of our age groups will automatically qualify for the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia for next year. This is a silver tier PTO event. And so hoping that the athletes are able to earn valuable points towards the PTO ranking. Strength of field in both our men's and women's. Looking pretty good. So great shot of Lucy Buckingham. Looking so comfortable right now. She's in control of this race. You could tell, talking to her earlier this week, she's just so happy to be back doing what she does so well. Course record here for our professional women. Nicola Spirig, now retired, holds that record at 3 hours 58. She set that record back in 2021. And for our men, it is Frederic Funk. He set the record last year, 2022, 3 hours and 36 minutes and 1 second. I'm not sure we're going to see any records being broken today. The conditions aren't really favourable for record-setting days. But Lucy Buckingham, having managed to catch some of the back markers of our professional men's field. So the men on screen now are some of our professional men. Jan Stratman coming into this race very, very highly motivated. He feels like his fitness has really turned a corner. He's been working very, very well with his coach, Bjorn Giesman. I got a chance to catch up with Bjorn last week in Roth. He was there, of course, to support another of his athletes, Patrick Lange. But so far, Stratman living up to his words and riding very, very well on the first lap of 2 here in Walchsee. You can see Tommy Bishop 12 metres behind, and it looks like they have. Yep, you can see that elastic band is just starting to break with Sven Thaumann. But it did look like there were 2 other riders right behind Sven, so I would be assuming that would be the likes of Frederic Funk. We know he is one of the strongest bikers in the field, and he will be wanting to make his way to the pointy end of this race. And I believe it is Frederic Funk, around 16 seconds down on Jan Stratman. So I don't think it'll be too long before we see Freddie Funk, coolest name in triathlon, I have to say, make his way to the front of this race. Yes, you can see right now, if you look right down screen, there are 2 riders there, and that does indeed look like Frederic Funk absolutely motoring his way to the front of this race. He's got someone with him. I'm not sure who it is yet, but we'll soon see. Looks like it could be Gregor Schreiner from Germany that is with him. So great race from Gregor, also from Germany. So while Jan Stratman leads, we've got Thomas Bishop, and it is indeed Frederic Funk and Gregor Schreiner making their way through. And then Sven Thaumann desperately trying to stay in contact with this lead group. We've then got Nick Heldorn from the Netherlands, around 48 seconds down. So there is a group of around 3 or 4 containing Nick Heldorn, Rafael Lukac, excuse my accent, Lukac from Austria, and Thomas Ott from Germany. And a little further back, Jonathan Wyeth and Tom Valen, both from Belgium. Frederic Funk going for the hat trick here today. He is a little worried about the pressure that comes with that, but Frederic Funk, he's a professional. He knows what he needs to do. He's a little little nervous. Unfortunately, he was in Roth last week. He did some work for us on the live coverage, and he had a crash. He's right at the end of a bike ride in Roth when a cat ran out in front of him and collected his front wheel, bringing him down. Nothing was broken, but there was a lot of skin taken off and some bruising, particularly on his hip. He was actually still unable to run on the Thursday of this week, and taken that long for the swelling to come down, but he is able to run. He went for a run yesterday, and fingers crossed that he will be able to do what he does best here today. So far, it's looking great for Frederic Funk as he makes his way to the front of this group. And you can see him right now in the blue. And he has indeed done exactly what we anticipated. And he has made his way to the front of this race. 25 years of age, they're still very, very young, but such a mature racer. Both of his parents were fantastic professional athletes in their own right back in the day. It looks like Jan Stratman is now aware that the speed machine that is Frederic Funk has caught them. I think he'll be happy though, because it'll mean that the workload can get shared. You can see Tom Bishop now making his way to the front, giving Jan a little bit of reprieve from that job on the front of the bike. And now this is a lethal combination with Tom Bishop, Frederic Funk and Jan Stratman. Three of the strongest riders in the field. And three of the strongest riders over this distance in the sport. We will try and get you some footage of the women behind Lucy. We know that Imogen Simmons is still riding in second, but then we've got Grace Tech, Lucy Byram at around 2:44 down. So great to see Grace. Great to see Grace, bit of a tongue twister there, to see Grace and Lucy Byram working together. Interesting to see that Els Visser is now 5:23 down. So Els Visser not riding as well as I would have expected. Looks like she's riding with the likes of Magda Niewalt from South Africa, and also Sara Sandrini from Italy. Jenny Jędrzejczyk from Germany also having a great ride there, riding with Marta Bernardi in 5th and 6th place. Like conditions are a little better now. You can see that that cloud is starting to dissipate. The roads are still a little wet, but we are expecting them to dry. It's going to take some time for that to happen. But right now, Frederic Funk taking control of this race on the front. He made it abundantly clear that he wants to win this race again this year, to make it the hat trick. He's called it his race. He was the winner here back in 2021. He won last year. He had a great race against Sam Long from the US. He broke the course record last year. Definitely a much deeper field this year in our professional men's race. We know that once they hit T2, Frederic Funk is not going to have it all his own way. Tom Bishop, Jan Stratman, Nick Heldorn, also Tom Hug. Tom Hug currently holding around 10th or 11th place. It'll be interesting to see what that deficit is coming into T2, but we know Tom Hug very strong. So our top five on screen at the 22-kilometre mark of the bike ride. Frederic Funk from Germany, Tom Bishop from Great Britain, Jan Stratman from Germany, Sven Thaumann, who I'm really surprised has managed to jump back and stay in this group, and of course Gregor Schreiner from Germany. But Sven Thaumann will be very, very happy with the way he's riding. So you can see that our professional men are on their way back into town. So as I said, a figure 8 loop here today. They shoot out one end of town, complete a loop as well as an out and back section. They then come back through town and shoot straight out the other side. It is out the other side of town where they will have to take on that 2.5 kilometre climb at around roughly a 5.5% gradient. But you can see tricky riding back here through town. They do a small little loop through town here, and then they will make their way out the other side. So it is at around, I think, around the 30-kilometre mark that we will hit that climb that I've been talking about. So once they make their way out of town now, they will head towards that first proper climb of the day. Total elevation on this course, around 1,100 metres of elevation gain. Fantastic aerial shot. Look how green it is. It is so incredibly green. From someone that comes from Australia where I'm so used to drought and everything is brown, it's truly a sight to behold to see so much green here in the mountains in the Tyrol region. My very first time here in Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. I've been wanting to come to this race for so many years. Seen many of my teammates from Challenge family get the opportunity to come here, and I'd be at home very, very jealous. Look at that, everyone. It's just beautiful. I've been sending pictures home to my family and friends all week. I think for the first 24 hours I was here, you couldn't wipe the smile off my face. It is truly one of the most spectacular parts of the world that I've ever been to. The team here in Walchsee, one of the best that we have. Right now on screen, Frederic Funk leading our men's race. We're going to go to a little bit of a break, but I'll be back with you shortly. And we are back with our professional women here at a Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, the 13th edition of the race here in Austria. Of course, it first began back in 2010. We have a sell-out event this year. You can see on screen right now our lead professional female, Lucy Buckingham. She has basically led from the gun this morning. 8:35 was kickoff time for our professional women. You can see our age groupers heading in the opposite direction. The men that you can see there on screen riding behind Lucy are indeed the back markers of our professional men's race. Tells you just how well this young woman is riding here today. We do know that Imogen Simmons is putting time into Lucy Buckingham. So Imogen Simmons from Switzerland in second place. She's now only 146 down on Lucy. But our women behind, Grace Tech and Lucy Byram, are starting to lose a little bit of time to these two women. They're now at just over 3 minutes behind. So both Lucy Buckingham and Imogen Simmons really racing well here today. In some fairly trying conditions, I have to say. It's very, very wet still on the roads, and on a course like this, just adds that extra element of danger. They really have to keep their wits about them. We want everyone to stay upright on the bike today, so no one is taking any unnecessary risks. We've been told from our spotters out on course that both our professional men and women are not taking any chances. They are being very cautious around the corners. Most of our professional athletes arrived here nice and early. They've been here since Wednesday. All of our top athletes staying at Das Walchsee Active Resort. Daniela, the manager of that resort, has been one of the greatest hosts I've ever seen. She's anything that the athletes have wanted, she has provided. It's been fantastic and so convenient. Walchsee itself is a tiny little town. Everything is just within walking distance. The hotel itself, literally only, I'd say, 3 minutes from transition, 3 minutes from the lake. So very, very convenient race. We can see now Lucy Buckingham making her way back into the town of Walchsee. She's completed that first loop, that first half loop. As she makes her way back into town, she'll head out the other side to complete that second loop that they do out of town, and then, of course, complete it all again. 2-lap bike ride here today. But we've been given reports out on course that Lucy Byram is also riding very, very strong. So I mentioned that Lucy and Grace seem to be losing a little bit of time to our leader, Lucy Buckingham, but still looking very, very strong on the bike. Only 23 years of age. And she definitely has a huge future in the sport over this distance. She's coached by Jacob Tipper and based in Leeds with Tom Bishop and Lucy Buckingham. I mentioned earlier that Leeds really does have some incredibly strong athletes, not just middle distance and long distance athletes, but also many of the short course athletes from Great Britain also based there. I'm not sure what is in the water in Great Britain, but they really are producing some of the greatest triathletes in the world over all distances. And there must be something about the name Lucy, because Lucy Byram, Lucy Buckingham, Lucy Charles Barclay, all three women, exceptional triathletes. But right now it is this Lucy Buckingham, who is leading the way as she makes her way back into Walchsee. Fantastic to see so many spectators still out on course. Let's be honest, it's not the greatest spectating conditions out there. It's wet. It's not particularly cold, and for me to say that, the weak Aussie who's used to warm sun, much warmer weather than we've got, it's actually not that cold out there. I think it's sitting at around 16, 17 degrees Celsius. The rain has stopped, which is great, but really fantastic to see so many spectators out cheering on our athletes as they make their way through town. And here he is, our defending champion, Frederic Funk, or as I like to call him, Freddie Funk. The coolest name in tri. He is here in Walchsee with his fiancée, Zana. They're a fantastic couple. They were both in Roth last week. Actually, Zana was doing some social media for the Challenge Roth team. She did a fantastic job. And now, of course, she's here today on supporting duties only. Frederic Funk with the number 1 bib as our defending champ. I have to be honest, I am really surprised to see Sven Thaumann still there on the bike. He's having a great ride today. I really thought that elastic band had started to break, but to see him riding with the likes of Funk, Bishop, Schreiner and Stratman, he's having a great day out so far. We certainly didn't expect him to be a factor here at the lead of this race, but you can see now as they make their way up that 2.5 kilometre climb I was talking about earlier, average of about 5.5% gradient. But you can see right now that's Jan Stratman. That looks like that gap is just starting to form, and behind him, Tom Bishop. So this is a really, really interesting turn of events. Right there, you've got Sven Thaumann coming round to take second position. And he looks very, very comfortable, I have to say. Well, no one would have predicted this. We've got Sven Thaumann actually looking like he is going to try and go round Frederic Funk. We know Sven, very, very accomplished swimmer. Only another of our very young athletes. They're so young these days. So many young 23, 24-year-olds moved up from short course and are now taking on this middle distance. PTO have really made it a very, very attractive distance indeed. So many more races on offer with some fantastic prize purses. Back when I was racing, this distance was really considered just a training distance, really, for the longer distance racing. You had Olympic distance racing and you had full distance racing, and this distance was just mainly used for training. But now It really has become a distance within itself, and it's so many opportunities for our athletes to make some good money. There's some great races, and of course we know coming up we have the PTO Championship in Milwaukee. We have the World Championships in Finland. We have our big race every May, the championship in Shammer in Slovakia with a $150,000 prize purse. So this distance really has become a very important distance for our triathletes. But Lucy Buckingham, it'd be interesting to see if she's been able to hold her lead over Imogen. But I do believe it is coming down. I think it sits now at 1 minute 37 back. So at around the 26-kilometre mark for our professional women, we've got Lucy Buckingham on screen leading, as she has done so all day long so far. And now at about 1:30 back, so a 1:34 back to be precise, Imogen Simmons. So Imogen is taking time out of Lucy Buckingham, slowly but surely. And then sitting at just over that 3-minute mark back, we've got Grace Tech from Australia and Lucy Byram from Great Britain. Both of these women very, very close when it comes to the world bonus. So we know right now Lucy Byram is leading our world bonus. We've got Grace Tech currently in 4th place. But a solid race from Grace here today will catapult her up into, I would imagine, 2nd position behind Lucy. We just saw Gregor Schreiner from Germany. Frederic Funk in front. This is Gregor on screen right now, having a really strong race. He wasn't on my radar, I'll be honest, before the start of today, but riding very, very well. I was warned, though, by a young German age group athlete that Gregor would definitely be factoring in this swim bike. So big shout out to Nicholas for that update. So many strong Germans these days. You can see now really tricky section here as they descend, make their way over the other side. And out on this back end of the course, we've been given updates that the rain is starting to fall again. So while we were told that this rain would not last too long, it looks like it has started, and you can see this descent. Probably not so tricky if the roads were dry, but when you add in wet roads, it's a whole new ball game. I think these athletes will be very, very happy when they make their way down the other side. Lucy Buckingham looking very, very comfortable in these conditions. I know that Leeds, fairly renowned for having a lot of wet conditions, so I'm sure this is playing to Lucy's advantage right now.
What a day for a race. We could not have asked for better. We've got a 113 kilometres of swim, bike and run on tap. It's what these athletes have trained for, and that feeling when they cross the finish line, well, there's nothing quite like it.
Our women's race, of course, Challenge family. They've got some incredible events all over the world for our professional athletes. The end of year Challenge family world bonus. The way it works, they can use 6 races. So 6 races throughout the year, of which only 1 can be of the full distance, but they can have any combination. And each race they earn points, and whoever's on top at the end of the year wins that Challenge Family World Bonus. Right now, it's Mathis Magirier from France leading the way in the men's race on the world bonus. Sorry, the men's world bonus. And in the women, it is Lucy Barham who is racing here today. But very closely followed by Magda Niewalt and also Grace Tech, both athletes racing today. In our men's, Mathis obviously not here racing, but Tom Bishop, who is in 3rd position, is racing, and Tom only needs to finish in the top 5 here today to jump up to that top spot. So we have been given reports out on course that Tom Valen from Belgium, who was riding so well, unfortunately has had a little bit of a crash. He's okay. Doesn't look like anything's broken. But he is now out of the race. So for all of our Belgian fans, Tom Valen unfortunately has had a little bit of a fall on the bike and is no longer in the race. As our age group athletes now make their way onto the bike course. Good to see lots of smiles. Good to see so many spectators out on course lining the roads here in Walchsee. You can see by the water on the road, it's certainly not the most perfect of conditions here today in Walchsee, which is such a shame because we've really had some great weather this week. But these athletes are tough. And they are not going to let a little bit of rain dampen their day. You can see most dressed appropriately. Even though there is a lot of wet road and there are reports of rain on the far end of each lap of the course, it certainly isn't cold. It's sitting at around 15, 16 degrees Celsius. And we are expecting those temps to rise to a high of around 22 degrees Celsius by around lunchtime. So our professional athletes will, of course, be finished by then. As we're back with our men's race. This is Gregor Schreiner from Germany. Frederic Funk up front. He took the lead around 10 kilometres ago and he has not looked back. It's Gregor Schreiner behind Frederic as he makes that turn. So this is the turn out of the far end, out the other side of town. So it's a figure of 8 course here today that they will need to do twice. They are now making their way back into town to complete lap 1. And they'll then do it all again. But you can see Sven Thaumann still there. Jan Stratman also riding well. He looked like he was suffering a little bit on that climb, on the 2.5 kilometre climb, but he's back in the game right now. But Gregor Schreiner and Frederic Funk. We have been given reports that Thomas Bishop is struggling just a little bit right now. We know that he's only just come down from altitude. He's been training up in the Alps in Livigno in Italy. He really has not tapered at all for this race. So it was always going to be a little bit of a question mark on how he was going to feel coming down. You can see him there in the background. So that elastic band has just started to break, but you know, Tom Bishop is as tough as they come, so he will not be giving up. Sven Thaumann, he needs to be a little bit careful. He's a little close, I have to say. It's 12-metre rule being implemented today, and while it looks to be 12 metres between Frederic Funk and Gregor, and then Jan Stratman leaving even more than 12 metres, Sven Thaumann needs to be just a little bit careful that he doesn't start to push the envelope there. And you know, athletes tend to start doing that when they start to suffer. And they start to take just a little bit of a risk. Our athletes, if they are pulled up for drafting, will need to serve a 5-minute penalty in the penalty tent, which is just before they come back into town. But while we have our leaders here on screen, Frederic Funk, Gregor Schreiner, Jan Stratman, Sven Thaumann, and then Tom Bishop. Moving very, very well through the field is Colin Such from the USA, part of that Girona Triathlon Racing Academy. So Colin Such having a great ride. I was talking to their team leader yesterday who said that he was in very, very good form. There's quite a substantial chase group at around 2 minutes 18 back. And of course, Colin Such is leading the way there. Thomas Ott, Nick Heldon from the Netherlands also in that group. Rafael Lukacs from Austria in that group. Jonathan Wyeth and Tom Hugg. So great to see Tom in that chase group. We know he is lethal once he hits that run course. So if Tom is able to stay in that chase group at around that 2.5 minute mark down, he will be able to make his way through the field over the 21.1 kilometre run. But you can see now at the end of lap 1, Frederic Funk leading, followed by Gregor Schreiner, Jan Stratman, Sven Thaumann. And just a little further back, at about 10 seconds back, is Thomas Bishop from Great Britain. So that's our top 5 in our professional men's race here today in Walchsee. Beautiful aerial shot of the town of Walchsee. It's a very small town. Everything at your fingertips. Our leader here on screen, Frederic Funk of Germany. He's going to be joining Tommy Bishop up in Livigno after this race. So Tom Bishop will go back up to altitude as soon as this race is won and done. And then joining him on Tuesday will be Frederic Funk. Both men training for the same races. Their next big race, the PTO US Open in Milwaukee. Promises to be an extremely exciting race. They are only taking the top 30 PTO ranked athletes. So completely different conditions here today in Walchsee compared to what we had on tap last week in Roth for Challenge Roth. Definitely the most exciting, unbelievable race that I've ever witnessed in my 30 years in the sport. We all knew coming into that race with the field that we had assembled that it was going to be fast. We knew that there was the likelihood of records falling was high. But I don't think any of us could have anticipated what we saw last week. The likes of Daniela Reif and Magnus Ditlev. But right now, it's all about these young men on screen. Frederic Funk leading the way. I was lucky enough to sit down with Freddie Funk a couple of days ago and talk about, you're coming in as defending champ. You won it here back in 2021. You won it last year. You hold the course record. Is there any pressure going into tomorrow's race?
Yeah, exactly. That's the pressure which I have to deal with for tomorrow's race. I mean, yeah, not only as defending champ, but as 2 times winner of this beautiful race. And yeah, obviously everyone is expecting from me, and including myself, the hat trick to win another time. And yeah, I hope I can live up to that pressure and reach that goal.
And Freddie, it's no secret you love it here in Austria. You only live something like 20 minutes away, so this really is like your own backyard. I think the course here suits your strengths, hence why you've won it the last 2 years. What is it about this place and about this course that brings you back?
So yeah, as you said, it's like I just live 20 minutes from here. So yeah, I'm always happy when it like fits into my race schedule and I can race here. Like anytime I'm going out for a bike ride, I'm always riding to the Austrian direction, Austrian roads, and especially in the last month, I rode the course very often. And yes, I just love this race, not only because of the course and because it's so beautiful, but also it's like, first of all, always a really good field as well. There are some really strong athletes tomorrow again, and it's also just such a great organization, and like everything is just perfect from the days before the race until after the race. Really great volunteers as well, and yeah, it's just always nice to come back here and always feel it's not just my home, but I also feel where like it also
like
feels
it's home.
Yeah.
And of course, talking to Freddie Funk, he's not only a great athlete, but a really great person. Mature beyond his years when it comes to racing. He's been brought up in the triathlon family with both his parents being very, very good athletes in their own right, both very powerful cyclists, so it is no wonder that Frederic Funk is so strong on the bike. His parents still racing triathlon, they still follow him around. While Frederic races professionally, both his parents are racing age group now, so great to see both Freddie's mum and dad still well and truly into the sport of triathlon. And you can see now it gets a little tricky because while our professional athletes are on their second loop now, they are having to pass age group athletes that are on their first loop. We have around 1,500 athletes in total racing today over the middle distance, the aquathon, and in relays. We've got some absolute superstars racing in the relays today from Germany with some of the top biathletes that Germany has racing in teams. Hats off to those that are doing the swim portion of the race today, because, you know, with biathlon, swimming is definitely not part of that sport. So well done to those that drew the short straw and had to take on the swim. But I really am impressed with Sven Thaumann wearing bib number 6 here from Switzerland. We know he's an incredible swimmer. We did not have him as finishing on the podium at this race, but so far doing everything right at the pointy end of the field. He's got Jan Stratman in front. But you can see now on screen still very, very tricky conditions out there. The roads are still very, very wet. None of the athletes, not our pros or our age groupers, wanting to take unnecessary risks. We've already had one small crash in our professional men's field. Nothing serious, which is really great to hear. So while we are on our professional men's field, I will let you know that our professional women, because the camera unfortunately is off air right now for our professional women, but we know that Imo Simmons is definitely making up time. She is now only 1 minute 16 back from Lucy Buckingham as we go back to our women's race. Oh, they must have heard me. So Lucy Buckingham from Great Britain leading here today. You can see that's at the 38-kilometre mark. Imogen Simmons was 1 minute 31 back. We have been given an update out on course right now that it's now 1 minute 16. So Imogen not taking huge chunks of time out, but just slowly and surely taking seconds back. But I would love to see both these women coming into transition together, because we would have a real running race on our hands. It looks like Grace Tech is holding third, still at that 3 minute mark back. So Grace Tech holding her own against these women. She really has improved her bike riding over the last 12 months. Grace was always a strong swimmer. She's renowned for her run. She comes from a running background, a cross-country running background at that. She's always one of the fastest runners whenever she races, but I've just been so impressed with her bike riding in the last few races that she's done. She's had a really strong start to the year. She's raced more than pretty much any other pro women I know this year. She won Challenge Wanaka back in February in New Zealand. She had a very strong race at the European Open, PTO European Open in Ibiza, finishing in 11th. She was 5th at the championship back in May in Slovakia. And of course, she won Challenge Salou in Spain. So very solid year so far for Grace Tech. She's coached by Pat Legg back home in Australia. She manages her time, so splits her time between living in Melbourne in Victoria, Australia, and also over in the US. But she has been based in Girona for the last couple of months. She married her now husband, Zach Rogers, back in January this year. They had their first wedding at home at the zoo in Melbourne, which was very, very cool. Some of the pictures were absolutely amazing. Then had the second wedding at home, in her second home, I should say, in the US. but she does split her time between Australia and the US, and now of course Girona as well. It's been great this year. I've been in Europe for 2 months, and I've spent quite a lot of time with Grace because we've been at a lot of the same races, and I've been basing myself in Girona as well in between events. And one of the greatest things about our sport is just getting to know athletes and people a lot better, and it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know Grace Tech better. She's a wonderful athlete, sponsored by one of my good friends, Beth and Luke McKenzie, with Win Republic. But great to see Grace Tech having a very strong day. Currently in third, around 3 minutes and 3 seconds back, so riding very, very well. She was a little nervous coming into this race. She's on a brand new bike. She's picked up by Giant, so she's riding a brand new bike, which is always a little tricky, particularly when you throw in a technical course like we have here today. But so far, looking like it is not an issue for her at all. I bumped into her this morning about an hour before we started, and you could see she was nervous. She was nervous about the conditions. But I knew once that gun went off, she would be all business, and that's exactly what she's doing. As is this young lady on screen, our leader, Lucy Buckingham. It will be interesting to see if Imogen Simmons is able to catch Lucy before they enter T2. We know that that lead is down to just a smidgen over 1 minute, so 1 minute and 1 second right now between our top two females. So great racing from both Lucy Buckingham, Imogen Simmons. A little further back, we've got Lucy Byram, who's lost a bit of time. She was riding with Grace Tech, but now looks to have lost a little bit of time and is now sitting at about 4 minutes 27 back on our leader Lucy. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but she's about 1:24 down on Grace Tech. And then in fifth place, we've got Jenny Jendrusik, also from Germany, at around 5:27 back, and then Els Visser at 6:39. So that is not where we expected to see Els Visser at this point in time. I expected to see her making time up on our leaders. But Els Visser riding with Magda Niewald from South Africa, and they are in 6th and 7th place. And then at 8 minutes back, we have Marta Bernardi from Italy. So some great racing from our females here today. Great shot of our transition area. It was full to the brim this morning with 1,500 athletes racing, 1,250 racing the middle distance race. You can see that lake absolutely pristine. It's the 4th largest body of water in the region here, in the Tyrol region, and the water is good enough to drink. And we can see Lucy Buckingham now has completed lap 1, so she now makes her way back out of Walchsee to start lap 2. So riding very, very strong. So one of the greatest things about this race today, thanks to our awesome timing system, we have got timing mats every 10 kilometres on the bike course. We have got our spotters out there on course as well, and our live cameras. So plenty of updates to be given. We know that Imogen Simmons is still sitting at 102 back on Lucy, so looking like it's just a little bit difficult for her to try and dip under that 1 minute mark. But Imogen Simmons also back from injury, both Imogen and Lucy having spent most of last season on the sidelines. Imogen requiring surgery on her hip. But really great to see both women out now and dominating this race here today in Walchsee. Imogen Simmons, coached by Rito Brownlee. She's been with Rito for quite some time now. She splits her time between Switzerland and Mallorca. She's here in Walchsee with her partner, Dan Whelan, an ex-professional bike rider himself. So I'm sure Dan is out on course now, cheering his partner on. He'll be very, very happy with the race that she's having so far here today. I also got to meet Imogen's father. He turned up here yesterday. I got to meet him at breakfast this morning, so great that she's got a nice little support crew here. We are now back at the front end of our professional men's race. And you can see by the way Frederic Funk is racing, he knows this course very, very well. He knows every corner, every curve, every ascent, every descent. And it really is going to make a lot of difference, particularly on this second half of the course when we have age group athletes, and you can see our motorbikes honking their horn just to warn our age group athletes that the professionals are starting to come through on their second lap, making sure that they stay over as far right as possible. In our race briefing for our professionals and our age groupers, they were told to stay as far right as they can. But everyone doing a wonderful job so far here today. So right now at 56.5 kilometres into the bike here, the Arbus bike here in Walchsee. You can see lots of tricky corners here, but Frederic Funk leading. He took those corners absolutely beautifully. He really is such a superb bike rider. Not only ridiculously strong, but technically very, very good. So Frederic Funk looking like he has now managed to break that elastic band between himself and the likes of Gregor Schreiner, Jan Stratman and Sven Thaumann. They are now sitting at around 17 seconds to 23 seconds back, with Tom Bishop a further few seconds back on that, 5 seconds back. So I had a feeling that Frederic Funk was going to wait to the second lap to unleash that power that we know he has, and it's going to be interesting to see just how much time he is now able to put in. This is where he'll get a first look at just how much time he has been able to put into that chase group as he makes a turn. You can see there that was Gregor, Jan Stratman and Sven Thaumann. So reports are that it is around 17 seconds, with Tom Bishop now sitting at around 28 seconds back. So Frederic not only putting time between himself and that chase group, but also putting some more time In that second chase group, led by Colin Such from the USA and Nick Hildorn from the Netherlands. They're now sitting at just shy of 4 minutes down at that 58 to 59 kilometre mark, as Frederic is now making his way back into the town of Walchsee. Still very, very wet out on course. Right now, 16 degrees Celsius air temperature. Very little, if not any, wind on course. But the wet roads here today definitely playing a part in the outcome of this race. Not looking like they're doing anything to slow this man on screen right now down. He is riding very, very well. He's our defending champ. He is our course record holder. I have heard that he will be auctioning off his race wheels later today. So we do have the awards this afternoon, and then following the awards, Das Walchsee Hotel has very, very kindly decided to put on an after party for all of the athletes here today. We're going to have a DJ. Kickoff is around 6:30. So if you are in Walchsee and you want to come to the after party, you are absolutely more than welcome to join us all. It promises to be a lot of fun. Our professional athletes will be there, and it will be in the bar at Das Walchsee Hotel. Daniela, the manager of the hotel, has been wonderful this week. She is fully behind this triathlon. She has gone above and beyond for our athletes. And she's decided that after all the hard work the athletes, the volunteers, the organisers have done all week and today, that they deserve a celebration this afternoon. So she has kindly opened up the hotel, and we will have a lot of fun. Kick-off around 6:30, straight after the presentation. But we would love you all to join if you are here in Walchsee. You can see that weather still got that low cloud cover. It is starting to get a little higher now, so as we were promised, the rain has decided to stop. I think it's going to be quite some time before the roads are dry, and by that stage, I think all of our athletes will be onto the run. And I have to give this woman, Lucy Buckingham, leading. She's managed to push that lead back out to 1:12. So Imogen Simmons looking like she was going to continue to get it down under that 1 minute mark, but it's just started to push out the other side again. So Lucy Buckingham riding really, really well here today. She gets out of the saddle, still got a great cadence. She doesn't look like she is labouring at all. As I mentioned earlier, coming back from a really nasty injury where one of the discs in her lower back completely slipped out, compressed against nerves. She was getting horrific nerve pain down her legs to the point where she couldn't even walk. And it's been a long road back for Lucy. But looking right now that she is in fine form. So Frederic Funk continuing to put time between himself and his pursuers. We had a sneaky feeling that he was going to wait till the second lap to really play his cards, and he is doing so right now. He's currently got around 37 seconds over Gregor Schreiner, also from Germany, Sven Thaumann from Switzerland, and Jan Stratmann, also from Germany. So 3 Germans in the top 4 here today. Tom Bishop also still there. So while I originally thought that Tom was starting to lose time, he is still there in that chase group. He's at 40 seconds back, riding with the likes of Jan Stratmann, Sven Thaumann, and Gregor Schreiner. And then our next chase group, around 4 minutes back, containing Nick Heldon from the Netherlands, Colin Such from the USA, Rafael Lukacs from Austria, Thomas Ott from Germany, and Tom Hug from Switzerland. Jonathan Wayaf also managing to stay in that group, and they're just over that 4 minute mark back. So quite a big second chase group. I think this plan of Frederic's is exactly what he wanted. He wants to come into transition with a little bit of a lead. I spoke to him last night at dinner, and he did say he was really, really confident with his run. However, there is a little bit of a question mark just because of the crash that he had last week. I think if that crash hadn't have occurred, there would be no problem right now. He's been nailing his run sessions with his coach, Dan Lorang. He's been very, very happy with the way his running has been going. But the crash last week really put a little bit of a damper on that. He pulled up with a little bit of a sore hip. As I mentioned earlier, he wasn't able to run on Thursday. He did run on Friday. It felt okay. He had another little run yesterday. It felt okay. But he was still just a little concerned on how it was going to feel after riding 90k hard, and then of course having to run a half marathon. But so far, he's pushing a big gear. He looks very, very strong on the bike, and as I said, it's now up to 53 seconds. He'll be wanting to get a decent lead heading out onto that run, just to give him that little bit of time to work into the run. And I think just mentally to have that little bit of a buffer over the rest of the field. And we know that Tom Bishop, Nick Heldon, Jan Stratmann, they're all strong runners. And I think just mentally for Freddie to have that 1 to 1.5 minute lead over the rest of the field is all he's going to need, just to give him that confidence. He runs very, very well on this course. The course here suits him. It's 4 laps, just over 5 kilometers per lap. It's a mix of terrain, from grass to hard-packed dirt to tarmac, and it's a real, you think it would be flat being around the lake, but it actually is a little bit undulating, so it really plays into the strengths of Frederic. It's a strong person's run. Having to run over those different terrains where it really does break your rhythm. Again, that suits Frederic's strengths. But he's putting himself in the box seat right now to take the hat trick here today. So not far to go for Frederic Funk, our leader. He is making his way back into Walchsee for the last time. He'll head out the other side. He has got one last small loop to complete. You can see now those times on screen. It's now over the minute mark, 1:07 back to Gregor Schreiner. A minute 16 back to Thomas Bishop. And you can see, look at the crowds lining the roads here. Great to see. Definitely not spectator-friendly conditions, but it is not stopping any of the spectators, the fans here today. They've come out in full force. Frederic Funk, definitely a crowd favourite. Even though he comes from Germany, he is very well known here in Austria. He lives just over the border, 20 kilometres from home. And we are back with our lead female, our lead professional female, Lucy Buckingham. She had her trademark swim this morning in Lake Walchsee. And now she is continuing to lead here. On the bike, we know that she's got just over a minute. I think it's now pushed out to about 1:13 over Imogen Simmons from Switzerland, with Grace Tech losing time to Lucy at 3:48 back. We've then got Lucy Byram at 5:42 back. And Jenny Jendrishik, also from Germany, 6:21 back. So the Germans here today, predominantly in the men's race, doing very, very well. We've got fifth place in the females. We've got Elswieser in sixth, Magda Niewald in seventh. Another of our German women, Sarah Schoenfelder, in eighth, Marta Bonani in ninth, and Franzi Reng, another German, in 10th. So the race here today in Walchsee being very well supported by our German male and female professionals. But Lucy looking so very, very smooth right now on the bike. She's not overgearing at all. She's been down in those error bars for the majority of this ride. But fantastic racing from Lucy. We are going to head to a short advertisement, but I will be back with you all shortly.
We can bring change into the world. To work together on our differences and find potential within them. To guide the next generations with the wisdom of
And we are back here, Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, here in the most magnificent Tyrol region. Austria never ever disappoints. It's definitely like something from a fairy tale book. Lucy Buckingham still leading as she has done all morning long, looking so comfortable on her bike. She really has not looked flustered or faltered once. Not taking any risks around the corners, getting up out of her error bars, just riding so incredibly well, and just such a smart race from Lucy here today. She's putting time back in to Imogen Simmons. So Imogen was able to get it down to around a minute, but it's now pushed back out to a minute 20. So really, really great riding from Lucy here today. Pretty sure her husband, Mark Buckingham, back home, will be watching. If you are, Mark, your wife is doing so very well here today. I am so impressed. I know it has not been an easy time for Lucy the past 12 months. But she is back as she makes that turn. She'll now make her way back in to Walchsee and back out the other side. So at the 56.5 kilometre mark. So some of the career highlights for Lucy Buckingham. She's had 3 challenge middle distance wins. She won the championship flagship event in Chamarin back in 2021. She won Challenge Budva in 2021 and Challenge St. Polten in 2022. So a win here today will make it 2 for 2 in Austria. So Challenge St. Polten, another spectacular and extremely well-run race here in Austria. Both of the Challenger family events in Austria, 2 of my absolute favourites now. I was lucky enough to visit St. Polten last year for the very first time. Incredible team running the race there. And then, of course, this year I get to see Walchsee for the very first time, and again, another brilliantly run event. 2 of the very best in the Challenge family portfolio. So it won't be long now before our professional men make their way to transition. Our professional women, once they come back through town, will have 1 more of the shorter loops to complete. But you can see it's now out to a minute 40. So at the 72.5 kilometre mark, Frederic Funk from Germany leading. Gregor Schreiner having a really great race, also from Germany. And Jan Stratman, look at that. 3 Germans, first, second and third. We expected Jan Stratman to be up there, but Gregor Schreiner having a great race. We know that his swim bike combination is very, very good. It'll be interesting to see how he goes once we hit T2. But Jan Stratman also having a very strong day, as is Sven Thaumann and Thomas Bishop. We haven't seen much of Thomas Bishop on screen, but he is definitely there in that chase group. He's sitting at about 146 back from this man on screen, wearing the number 1 bib for a reason. He's won the race here the last 2 years. He is going for a hat trick today. Definitely not an easy thing to do. And I was talking about him having a good 1 minute lead coming into transition, but I think he's going to double that. I have a feeling it's going to be over 2 minutes by the time Frederic Funk hits T2. It does start to get a little tricky now as Frederic Funk makes his way through more of the age groupers who are on their first lap of the bike course here in Walchsee, while Frederic Funk is on to his second lap. Hats off to all of the athletes racing today. We have not had the kindest of conditions. Thankfully, the rain has subsided. The roads are still fairly wet, but the rain has gone. We are expecting it to start clearing ever so slowly. You can see this is the 2.5 kilometre climb that they need to do. Frederic is on his second time up this climb. It's an average of around 5.5% gradient. You can see he gets out of the saddle just for a little while. He's pushing a pretty big gear. Interesting to see the difference, the gear that Frederic Funk is pushing when you compare it to Lucy Buckingham. Frederic really wants to create as big a gap between himself and his pursuers as he can coming into transition. And great to have footage of our second place female, Imogen Simonsen from Switzerland. She has hovered around that 1 minute to 1 minute 15 mark behind our leader, Lucy Buckingham. It continues to stay at that. It's around 1 minute 13 right now. But Imogen looking very, very comfortable on the bike. Great cadence, great position, no head movement whatsoever. Making sure she gets in enough hydration. It's currently around 16 degrees Celsius, so often athletes, when it's this sort of temperature, you forget to drink. Good to see that Imogen, she knows that she's a very heavy sweater. So even in conditions like this, where you would normally think it would not be an issue, she really needs to think about getting enough electrolytes in, because she has done a lot of testing on her sweat rate, and it is very, very high. But Imo looking great so far. I first met Imogen many, many years ago when she used to train with Jürgen Zach. We met each other for the first time in Thailand, Phuket. She was based in Phuket for many, many years. We used to go over there for the Laguna Phuket Triathlon, a race that Imogen has won in the past. Of course, Jürgen Zach has a great training group based in Phuket, Thailand. I've been going back there, I think, every year for the past almost 20 years now. It's a fantastic race, fantastic destination. I'll be heading back to Laguna Phuket again this November. Very, very different race to what we have here now. Of course, Laguna Phuket based on the ocean. It's all about beaches and sand and sun. Whereas this race, it's all about the mountains and the beautiful lake. Frederic going straight through that aid station. He is not waiting for anyone or anything as he makes his way through this last loop, the last of the climbs. So now Frederic will make his way down the other side. It's these latter stages of the course for Frederic where he really needs to keep his wits about him. These roads are quite thin. We've got age group athletes on course. You can see there are signs, big signs on the sides of the road where the sections are quite tricky. Even that section there where they have to go over the grates, the cow grates. But Frederic Funk showing us just what a pro he is. He has incredible cycling skills. He knows this course inside out. Once he makes his way back down the backside of this mountain, it will be a nice flat time trial right back into town. Frederic Funk, 25 years of age, coached by Dan Lorang. He's been part of the Erdinger team for many, many years now. They've been such great supporter of triathlon. As we go back to Imogen Simmons from Switzerland, currently in second place. Still holding it at around 1:06. She just can't seem to get it under that 1 minute mark. To this woman on screen now, Lucy Buckingham, formerly Lucy Hall. She currently has a PTO world ranking of 287. Which I would imagine after today's race, if she keeps going like she is going, will jump up dramatically. The only reason it is as low as it is because she's been unable to race due to injury. This will be only her third race back since she had to take some time out with a lower back issue. But I have a sneaky suspicion that Lucy Buckingham of old is back, and she's back for good. So while that 1 minute mark between Lucy Buckingham and Imogen Simmons is staying as is, behind Imo we've got Grace Tech at just under 4 minutes back. So Grace Tech really having a solid day out today. Lucy Barham in fourth, currently at 6:19 down. And Jenny Jendrishik having a really strong race in fifth place, 6:54 down right now. So looking like she's getting just ever so slowly getting closer to Lucy Barham. Both Magda Niewald and Els Visser riding together at about 8.5 minutes back. I don't think Els will be particularly happy with the way that she's riding today. We then have Sarah Schoenfelder from Germany in 8th. Franzi Reng holding 9th position at 11.26 back. And Marta Bernardi from Italy rounding out the top 10, 11.34 down on our leader. You can see now Lucy Buckingham making her way back into town. So while Lucy Buckingham will head out of town for the very last time, we have Frederic Funk leading our men's race, heading back into town and back into transition very, very shortly. So while we know Lucy has already gone through town, you can see Imogen Simmons now making her way into town. So it is literally just that 1 minute to 1 minute 5 that Imo is behind Lucy. Both of these women have been strong all day long. Imogen was second out of the water. She swam alone. See Imo not taking any risks around the corner, up out of the bars, slowing down. The good news is, while we know there's been a couple of minor crashes out on course just from slippery roads, no one has had any serious crashes. Most of the athletes have been able to get back on and continue riding. Just taking those corners just a little bit too quickly. But you can see now right here the roads are starting to dry. So fantastic to see some dry roads right now. What a difference it's going to make on this course to have dry roads for the second or the last bit of the course for Lucy Buckingham. So looking at Imogen Simmons now, we compare run times with Lucy Buckingham. My stats man extraordinaire, Torsten Rade, has Imogen running just over a minute faster than Lucy on paper. So if we see things stay the same between our two lead women here of around that minute mark, it could be very, very interesting towards the end of the half marathon here. He's got Lucy Buckingham running around a minute 10 slower than Imogen Simmons. Now, of course, this is all just on paper, and we know that the stats can often be wrong and that conditions play a part, but I love it. And a big shout out to Torsten Rade. I know he's working in Frankfurt this weekend, but big shout out to Torsten for taking the time to help me and get the seedings and the stats for this race. So next race up for Challenge Family. After this race here in Austria, at the end of the month, we have Challenge Turku in Finland. And then in early August, we have Challenge London, a brand new race, part of the Challenge Family race schedule now. So, of course, London Triathlon been going for many, many years. But for this year, for the first time ever, it will be Challenge London. It will have a pro field. And then at the end of August, we have Challenge Davos. And then in September, we have the big one, Challenge Almere Amsterdam. Over the full distance, it's also the World Triathlon European Long Distance Championships. So plenty of racing still to go. All the way through to December. And you can see now Frederic Funk making his way into transition. Beautifully done, making sure he gets off the bike before that dismount line. He'll now take his bike into transition down the red carpet where he will rack his bike. Great overhead shot of transition here today. And now the clock is ticking. Let's see what sort of gap he has been able to create. Racks his bike. Helmet comes off. He'll make his way towards the tent. He'll pick up his bag first, so you can see the bags there. He'll pick up his bag. He'll then make his way into the change tents. Shoes, run shoes will go on. So there you go. Blue bag, pick up. Nice and easy for Fred having the number 1 bib. Up. Now he heads into that change tent. Running shoes will go on. And I know he will want to be out of sight, out of mind before that next chase group comes in. So let's see just what that time split is. But it's looking like it's going to be close to 2:45, 3 minutes. So that's incredible riding from Frederic Funk in the last 20, 30 kilometres of this bike ride here today. He has taken a huge chunk of time. And here he comes. The bag needs to go back, so he'll drop that. And now he makes his way out onto the run. And I know he will be on a mission to be out of sight, out of mind before that next group comes in off the bike. And it's looking likely that that is going to be the case. There he goes. It'll be upward of 2 minutes, 45 seconds. And you can see he's already on to the 4-lap run course we have here today. And none of his pursuers are in sight. So great, fantastic ride from Frederic Funk. We knew he was going to do what he's just done. He looks fantastic so far on the run. I know he was a little nervous coming into this race with his run just because of the bike accident he had last week. He did have quite a lot of skin off and a bit of a bruised hip. He was unable to run when he tried to run on Thursday. He went for a run on Friday, was able to run, still in a little bit of pain. But look at him go. He does not look like he is suffering at all. He looks fantastic. He was really happy with his run up until he had that bike crash last week in Roth. Here they come now. So we have Jan Stratman, Gregor Schreiner first, Jan Stratman, Sven Thaumann, and Tom Bishop. So that's Gregor there. Coming in now, the tall German. So Gregor Schreiner second in off the bike. Jan Stratman in third. They are close to 3 minutes down, so 2:51 down on Frederic Funk. There is Jan Stratman on screen. Sven Thaumann, he really is having such a good race today. That was Tom Bishop right behind. We expected Sven Thalmann to lead the swim. We did not expect him to get off the bike with the likes of Tom Bishop and Jan Stratman. There goes Tom Bishop now. Really is doing very, very well over the longer distances. He's from a short course background. I'll be very interested to see how Tommy looks heading out on this 21.1 kilometre run. We know he's just come down from altitude. He has not tapered for this race at all. And I think this is when we're really going to see whether that is going to play a part in today's race. But our top 5 on screen right now heading out onto the run course. We've got Frederic Funk of Germany in front with a very respectable, a big lead over the rest of the field. It's going to take an exceptional run if they are going to run the likes of Frederic Funk down. You can see the run course on screen right now. So 4 laps in total, just over 5 kilometres per lap. That's Tommy Bishop making his way out onto the run now. Sven Thalmann also out onto the run. You can see right now they start on that hard-packed dirt. They then change to grass. They then move on to bitumen, back onto hard-packed dirt. So the terrain here constantly changing. And while majority of the course here today is flat, there are probably 3 sections where they will have to head uphill. You can see this section now across the grass is actually wooden planks that they've put down to make it a little easier instead of running on the grass. They'll then, after they get off the wooden planks, you can see now Frederic already well and truly making his way around this first lap. He looks fantastic. Look at his stride. This does not look like an athlete where the crash is playing an effect from last week. Fantastic to see. This man is on a mission today. He is not letting anyone within cooey of him today. He really wants to take the win. He wants this hat trick. It's funny, you know, we always talk about Frederic Funk, the bike rider, but he really does not have a weakness. He's a very strong swimmer and he is a very strong runner. He just happens to be a phenomenal bike rider. But this is one of those rises I was talking about, so it's only short, but there are around 3 of these rises around the course, and they have to do this, of course, 4 times. So while it might not seem much on the first and second lap, by the time you get to the 3rd and 4th lap, it really does start to pinch. I've had the opportunity this week to run across around this course at least 4 or 5 times. So I know it quite well now, and definitely towards the latter stages of the run, those little rises do start to hurt. They start to pinch. And you can really see now with the lake, there is not a breath of wind out there today. So Frederic Funk, we thought there might have been a chance of him going sub 2 today in the bike. He was so close. To be honest, once I got up this morning and saw how wet it was, I thought there would not be a chance at all that he would not go anywhere near it. But he rode a 2 hours and 38 seconds, so very, very close. That was Nick Heldorn that we just saw heading towards that's Tom Hoog there in the pink. So Tom Hoog also in, bib number 31. Great ride from him. That was Colin Such from the US also through. So our next chase group making their way into the change tent before they then make their way out onto the run. But we had Thomas Ott, Nick Heldorn, Raphael Lukash, Jonathan Wayaf, Tom Hoog and Colin Such all into that transition tent. Very fast transition there. But that second chase group now at around 6:52 down on Frederic Funk. So they have a lot of real estate to make up if they want to catch this man. And if Frederic Funk can continue to run the way he is running right now on screen, I would say there is no chance of that happening here today. So you can see that surface has changed once again. So the run here today really suiting athletes or people that love, athletes that love cross-country style runs. It is definitely a strong person's run course. Every time you change terrain, you break that rhythm, which doesn't really play a big part in lap 1 or lap 2, but lap 3 or 4, when those legs are really starting to scream at you, it can really start to hurt. Beautiful run course here in Walchsee. We had the Challenge Women's run here yesterday afternoon. Picture perfect conditions for the run. We didn't start till 6 p.m. last night. The sun was shining. It was 1 lap of the run course for the Challenge Women's run. You can see now again another change in terrain back onto the road. But Frederic Funk really striding out. Beautiful turnover. He looks nice and comfortable in the upper body. Nice and relaxed in the shoulders, that great forward lean. I can't fault him right now, I really can't. He looks fantastic. So I'm sure any of the negative thoughts and feelings he had before the gun went off have well and truly disappeared. His fiancée, Zana, is on ground. She would be telling him exactly how much time he has on the rest of the field, and that's only going to motivate him even more. And so while our professional men are now on to the 21.1 kilometre run course, we've got Lucy Buckingham coming towards the final stages of the bike. But that lead of hers is starting to dwindle. It looks like Imogen Simmons has got a second or third wind. It is now down to 38 seconds. So incredible riding from Imogen Simmons. She has now managed to go under that elusive 1 minute mark. Look at this. And she means business. Brilliant riding from Imo. 38 seconds separating herself and Lucy Buckingham. We've got an incredible women's race on our hands right now with these two women making their way back to transition. Come on, Lucy. Last part of that climb. This is that long 2.5 kilometre climb. Lucy ascending it for the last time here today. Road's still quite wet on this section of the course. And that is the $1 million shot. You can see all of Lake Walchsee. You can see our professional men running below. That's Tommy Bishop and Jan Stratman. So Tom Bishop flying through the field. It's funny, you know, because I was just thinking, I thought I would see more of Tom Bishop up the pointy end of the bike, but, you know, I think he was just playing a smart game. He was doing just what he needed to do to stay in touch. And now he is unleashing that run. Jan Stratman trying to stay with him. And it looks like Gregor Schreiner, the tall German, but great running from Tommy Bishop right now. Trying to see if he can take some time out of our leader, Frederic Funk. To be honest, these were the two athletes we thought would be battling it out here today. We knew it was always going to be a tall ask for any athlete to beat Freddie Funk here on his home ground. But if there was anyone that was going to be able to do it, it was going to be the likes of Tommy Bishop. So here he is, our leader today, still looking brilliant out on the run course. Quick check of the Garmin, quick check of the watch to make sure that he's keeping the pace that he wants. He is almost at the end of lap 1. We have 4 laps here today. For our age group athletes here today, the fastest combined transition T1 and T2 times for our men and women will take home our Wahoo watch. So a very nice prize for our age group men and women. The pro athletes are not able to take home these prizes. They are purely for our age group athletes. So fastest combined T1, T2 for our males and females will take home a Wahoo watch. And the fastest bike split for our age group men and age group women will take home an Abus Aero helmet. So some terrific prizes up for grabs for our age group athletes racing today. For our professional athletes, €19,000. Paying top 6, we've got world bonus points on offer, and our top 6 professional males and females will also automatically qualify for the championship in Šamarin, Slovakia next year. Frederic Funk was there this year. He finished 3rd, so I'm sure he will be back next year. So this lead of Lucy's just keeps on yo-yoing up and down. We got it down. Imogen was able to get it down to around 38 seconds. It's now at a minute again. So this last bit of the course, these two women are yo-yoing back and forth. Grace Tech currently in 3rd. It is now out to around 3 minutes 50. So our women behind Lucy and Imogen continuing to lose time on our leaders. Frederic Funk almost completing lap 1 of 4. So he'll make his way round. Take a right-hand turn. He's got one more little rise up onto the bridge. And this is only a short rise, but it is definitely a pinch. He's just about to go onto that now. So just that tiny little rise up onto the bridge and then down over the other side. And he's only got a couple of 100 metres left to go before he will complete the first of 4 laps here today. But I just cannot see this man being beaten. Early days yet, of course, in the run. And we know that Thomas Bishop is running very, very well behind. We have timing mats every kilometre on the run here today, so plenty of opportunity to see if that gap is growing or shrinking. But you can see now Frederic Funk making his way back past transition. He is definitely the favourite. He's the crowd favourite. And our top 5 up on screen. Frederic Funk is indeed just over 5 kilometres into the run. And at the 4 kilometre mark, he still has a sizable lead over Thomas Bishop and Jan Stratman. What I'll be most interested in is seeing if the young Swiss man Tom Hug can start making his way through the field. He was at 6:38 down off our leader. And while I don't expect him to, of course, catch our top 3, it'll be interesting to see just how many he can run down in front of him. He is, on paper, the strongest runner in the field. But right now, it is all about this man on screen, Frederic Funk. He took control of the bike ride early on. For the first lap, he was quite willing to just sit there. It wasn't until the second lap that he made his move. He really started to turn the screws, was able to put a significant amount of time between himself and his pursuers, and head into T2 with a 2 minute 45 lead. Still looking very, very comfortable on the bike. Lucy Buckingham. So you can see now it's actually dipped under that 1 minute again. It's at 57 seconds between herself and Imogen Simmons. These two have been yo-yoing all day long. Imogen doing everything right so far in this race, looking very cool and calm. She's taking care of herself, making sure she's getting in enough hydration. Really nice position on the bike. She's part of the Phoenix team. Phoenix Foundation doing some fantastic things in the sport of triathlon and sport in general. They've got their amazing Phoenix Futures camps that they put on all over the world, giving young, up-and-coming, aspiring athletes the opportunity to see what it's like to become a professional athlete, giving them opportunities that they otherwise would not have got. Great shot of Sven Thaumann. He really is having the race of his career right now. He has overtaken Jan Stratman. I never would have thought that was going to happen today. Hats off to him. Wow. So fantastic racing from the young Swiss man. This is great racing. He is now in third position. We've got Frederic Funk leading, Tommy Bishop in second, and now Sven Thaumann having overtaken Jan Stratman for third. If Sven is able to pull this off, this will be the first podium he's ever had in a race of this caliber. So brilliant racing from Sven. And the prediction was a podium would be unlikely. And this is why I love my stats and I love when they're wrong. So Torsten Rade, of course, giving me the stats. He goes purely from the numbers. And the numbers told him that he would lead the swim out today, but that a podium was unlikely. And right now we have the young Swissman holding third. Now, wouldn't that be amazing if he was able to hold on to that until the finish line? So Tommy Bishop has managed to take out a few seconds on Frederic Funk. He's now 2:38 back, but Frederic still looking nice and relaxed in that upper body. No movement of the head. Breathing is controlled. Great turnover. It's going to really take a monumental effort from Tom Bishop if he's going to catch Frederic Funk here today. He really is on a mission to defend his title, to take home that title for the third time in a row. Back in my day, that used to be something that was quite attainable. These days, to do 3 in a row, virtually impossible. The depth and the strength of the fields in triathlon now, it just is almost impossible. So Frederic Funk doing everything in his power to try and get that hat trick here today in Walchsee. So it's not long now before we will see she's starting to take those shoes off. So take her feet out of the bike shoes and she will make a right-hand turn and make her way into transition. So Lucy Buckingham dismounting before the line, perfectly done. And she makes her way into transition. Wonderful ride from Lucy today, looking nice and calm and collected. Breathing is controlled. Often when you get off the bike for the first time, your legs just feel awful. And you can see that the athletes are just struggling to get any sort of rhythm. But Lucy so far looking very, very good. She'll rack her bike, make her way into the change tent. So as I mentioned earlier, this is only Lucy's third race back since injury. So looking for a bag, and she'll make her way into the change tent. Socks and running shoes will go on. And let's see what that time is. Here she comes right now. So Imogen Simmons, second in off the bike. 43 seconds down. Now she's looking for a bag. It always gets a little confusing. This is what happens. She's looking for her blue bag. Come on, Imo. So often when we get a little flustered, we tend to lose our thinking, but she will find her blue bag and she'll make her way into the change tent. But fantastic bike ride from Imogen Simmons to come in only 43 seconds down on Lucy Buckingham. You can see there overhead, she's making her way into the tent now. A little bit of confusion to find her blue bag. Just so you know, the athletes did rack their own bags, so they do know where they are. But sometimes when you've just completed 90 kilometres on the bike, it can get a little tough. You don't think straight. And you can see now Lucy Buckingham getting out of there. She wants to get out of there before Imogen even gets a sniff. So absolutely flying out of transition. Lucy Buckingham looks amazing. Wow, so she means business here today. She would have seen Imogen Simmons coming into the tent as she was leaving. And she really doesn't want to give Imo a chance to hold on. So great run from Lucy. So it was around 30 seconds out of transition between Lucy and Imogen. On paper, Imogen is definitely the faster of the two over this distance. Both are in a similar situation. Both have come back from serious injury, but both are coming into this race fit, healthy, driven, mentally in a place where they are just wanting to be back out on a race course doing what we know they do best. So fabulous to see both these athletes back to where we know they should be. And we could have a really great women's race on our hands with only 30 odd seconds separating these two women. A little further back, we've got Grace Tech. We know she's at just over 4 minutes back heading into transition. We also know that Grace Tech is the fastest runner in the field here today. But is 4 minutes too much to ask? Grace is in transition right now, so reports down in transition is that Grace has racked her bike and she is now making her way into the change tent, and it won't be long before we see her also on the run course here. So Imogen Simmons so far with the fastest ride of 2 hours, 21 and 6 seconds. As compared to Lucy Buckingham, who was at 2:22 and 24 seconds. And Grace Tech, 2:23 and 54. So very close riding between these three athletes. Lucy looking really, really good in the early stages of the half marathon. Nice and relaxed upper body. For me personally, it's just so great to see her back. She's been a long-time supporter of the Challenge family races around the world. We always love it when Lucy turns up to one of our races. She's an absolute superstar. We were all so upset for her when we realised that she had such a serious injury, but to see her back and performing like she is here today, well, it puts a huge smile on my face, that's for sure. So Frederic Funk, our leader in the men's race, is making his way around lap 2. Our professional women, our top 4 professional women are now on to lap 1 of the run course. Come on, Freddie. You can see now he really is giving it everything he can. You could tell talking to him earlier this week, second place was absolutely not going to cut it for Freddie here today. He wanted the win, and that is all he has thought about. I don't think he's even envisaged second, third, or anything beyond that. It was win or nothing. And he's set himself up beautifully so far here today to take that win. He'll know that he's got some very strong runners behind him. He'll know that Tom Bishop is trying to chase him down. We have a similar situation in our women's race with Lucy Buckingham leading the race with Imogen Simmons wanting to run her down. There's about 40 seconds, I was told. Latest update was 42 seconds to be precise between our leader here on screen and Imogen Simmons. We know Lucy Byram is in 4th place, and she is also onto the run. Not the usual ride for Lucy at 2:27. She lost around 5 minutes that we didn't expect her to lose. She's a very strong bike rider, but still in 4th place at around 7 minutes 26 down on Lucy. So Lucy about to make her way underneath the Red Bull arch. She is on her way around the first lap of a 4-lap run course here today in Walchsee. One of the great things that this race is doing this year is they have eliminated all use of sponges. So there will not be one sponge found out on course today. Instead, they've got showers. And of course, the athletes are able to pour water over themselves. Even the cups themselves are not plastic, they are paper cups. And these are just some of the small things that our racers are doing to stay environmentally friendly. So Tom Bishop, currently in 2nd place behind this man on screen right now, is at 2:20 down. So Tommy Bishop is definitely making time up on Frederic Funk. It's going to be a matter of whether he just runs out of real estate. It's now at 2:12 down, so 2 minutes 12. Frederic will be given splits out on ground. He has got his support group here today, and they will be telling him that those splits are coming down and that he's really going to have to keep the pressure on. You can see he is just about to finish lap 2. So Frederic Funk just coming around for lap 2. Once he comes through that transition line, he will be halfway through this run. And he has got 2 minutes 12 over Tommy Bishop. In 3rd and 4th, we really do have a battle on our hands. Sven Thaumann at 3:12 down, still in 3rd, but Jan Stratman is not giving up. I think Jan will be dirty that he is not on that podium position right now. He's at 3:15 back, so only seconds separating Sven Thaumann and Jan Stratman, with Grigor Schreiner at 3:50 back now and losing ground. But great racing from our professional men here today. Frederic Funk is really going to have to apply the pressure. If Tom gets even a sniff that he is taking big chunks of time out on Fred, then it is going to be over. This 3rd lap is crucial for Frederic Funk. He needs to keep that pressure on. If he can come round at the end of this 3rd lap, and Tom Bishop has only taken out another 20 to 30 seconds, well, it's then Freddie's race to lose, because it's just too much time to make up. So we've got just over 10 kilometres left in our men's race. Absolutely picture perfect out there today. Apart from the lack of sun, I could say, but still just absolutely beautiful. It's one of the most magnificent places I've ever had the opportunity of visiting. Right now, I'm sure that's the furthest thing from this young lady's mind. Lucy Buckingham, she's been leading this race since the gun went off at 8:35 a.m. this morning. We know it's around 40 seconds between herself and Imogen Simmons. This is the back end of the course of each loop. It's one of the biggest campgrounds I've ever seen. It goes all the way up the side of the mountain. It is packed full of athletes. So the section of the course that Lucy Buckingham is on right now is what I would call the easiest section of the course. Once she makes her way around, she will have a nice downhill all the way to the end of the first lap. We are going to head to a very short advertisement, and I will be back with you shortly.
Introducing an even more powerful element bolt, set to push the limits once again. From staying on pace, to staying on course, to staying out front, to staying in contact. The new element bolt keeps you focused on what matters most: your performance. And we are back with a challenge, Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee, here in the Tyrol region of Austria, one of the most beautiful regions in the world. You are with our lead male, Frederic Funk from Germany, as he makes his way up one of the tougher parts of the course here today around the lake. He is on lap 3 of 4 laps, and he looks the goods here today. We do know that Tommy Bishop is taking time out of Frederic, but he is going to run out of real estate. As long as Frederic can continue the way he is running right now, I just cannot see this man being beaten. But hats off to Tom Bishop. He really is running very, very well for someone that's just come down from altitude. We know that he hasn't really tapered at all for this event. But right now it's around that 2-minute mark. So Frederic Funk leading over Tommy Bishop by around 2 minutes. I know Tom was inspired by the performance of his fiancée, Sian Rainsley, in the mixed relays where Great Britain managed to finish second. So fantastic racing from Shan. And now it's Tom's turn, and he's looking very, very likely to finish second here today as well. But we've been given reports out on course from my trusty spotters down on ground that Tom is pushing so incredibly hard. He is not giving up without a fight. So here he is, Tom Bishop, second place right now. Great turnover. He really has come of age, this young man. He's from a short course background. Originally, I met him years and years and years ago when he was just a junior. He came to Noosa in Queensland, Australia, where I live, and was training then for short course. But I really think he has found the distance that suits him, that suits his strengths. 31 years of age. He's got a PTO world ranking of 27. He's coached by Reese Davey, husband of Vicky Holland. He trains in Leeds. He's had a great season so far this year. He was second at Clash Miami. He took the win at Challenge Puerto Varas. He was 12th at the PTO Open in Ibiza, 5th at the Championship in Šamarin, Slovakia in May, and he won Challenge Wales in June. So great start to the year from Tom Bishop. He's been living up in Livigno for the last 2.5 weeks, training at altitude. He's popped down just for this race. He's going back up there on Tuesday, and he really does have his eyes on the prize for the PTO Open in Milwaukee. Lucy Buckingham going through one of the many aid stations here on the run course. And her lead is now down to only 29 seconds, so 29 seconds separating herself and Imogen Simmons. But the biggest mover in the field and the woman running fastest on course so far is Grace Tech in third. She was 4 minutes down off the bike. She is now only 3 minutes and 2 seconds down on our leader. So we are looking at some incredible racing from our top 3 professional women today. It could come down to the wire. 29 seconds separating Lucy Buckingham and Imogen Simmons. And Grace Tech now only 3 minutes behind Lucy Buckingham. We know Grace Tech is definitely the fastest runner on paper. Our spotters have told us she is definitely running fastest on course right now, as our women make their way around the first of 4 laps. So Frederic just needs to keep everything under control. He needs to keep his wits about him, keep calm, cool. He knows that Tom is taking time out of him, but it is not going to be enough. And you can see now what I was talking about, that difference in terrain. And this is probably one of the hardest sections of the course. It's a little undulating, a few potholes. So definitely a difficult part of the course to stay in rhythm. Tom definitely running very, very well on this third lap of 4. He's going to know that he's taking time out of Fred, but it's just going to be a little not enough, and needs at least another lap or 2, I think, today, as we saw Nick Heldorn then going through. So while Lucy definitely looks comfortable. I think you can see there in the background, you can see Imogen Simmons, so I can see Imo in the background there. It's now down to 29 seconds. I dare say it's even less than that now. It will not be long. We can see Lucy Buckingham coming through right now. And just behind her, it's got to be less than 29 seconds now. I saw Imogen Simmons. So great running from Imo here today. As the ladies head out now onto lap 2. And Grace Tech now at 2.5 minutes down. So we have got a race on our hands here with the women here today. Lucy's just got to concentrate on what she's doing. She's got to just keep that turnover going. But the way it always works, as soon as an athlete gets a sniff of someone up front, and that's exactly what Imo's getting now. Imo's going to be able to see Lucy up front, and it almost gives you wings when you can see that athlete up front. So while we're on this twisty-turny section of the course, it gives Lucy Buckingham a little bit of reprieve because Imogen will not be able to see where she is. But it's on those long, straight sections when Imo can get a glance of exactly where Lucy is. So fantastic racing from our top 3 women and our top 3 men here. We know that Tom Bishop now only 153 down. Frederic Funk still running very, very well. You can see he's breathing quite heavily. He knows he has to keep that pressure on. He cannot afford right now to slow down at all. He does not want to give Tom, this man here on screen now, even an inch. And you can see the difference in their turnover. But I think Tom will be very, very happy with the way that he has held his own here today. It was always going to be a bit of a question mark. He knew he was trialling something new with his coach, Rhys Davey, just coming down from altitude so late, not really tapering. That was always the plan. And this is where Freddie can really open up. This is a downhill section. It's the fastest section of the run course. As you can see, Frederic Funk is now a lap ahead of Hannes Bosung, also from Germany. So Hannes, one of our pro athletes, but Frederic is a full lap ahead. And you can see that Fred is really using this downhill section, being a strong runner like he is. He is really using this downhill section to try and keep that gap at just under 2 minutes. So it's down to 1 minute 50 right now. I love that we are getting updates every 1 kilometre on this run course here. We've got timing mats at every K. Come on, Freddie. Jan Stratman has managed to now overtake Sven Thaumann, so these two are really battling it out for that 3rd and final position on the podium. Jan Stratman back in 3rd now at 3:19 down. Sven Thaumann at 4th at 3:25. But hats off to Sven Thaumann, really having the race off his career so far here today. Beautiful running from Tommy Bishop. Looking nice and relaxed, great turnover. I dare say he'll be very, very happy with the way things have gone here today. And the biggest mover in our men's field right now is Tom Hug from Switzerland. He's the young Swiss that we knew would start to run his way through the field. He's the strongest runner on paper. He's now made his way into 6th place and is looking likely to overtake Gregor Schreiner, and in fact, just as I said that, he has indeed now overtaken Gregor Schreiner, and now Tom Hug of Switzerland is in 5th place. So great running from Tom as we are back to our women's race. And Imogen Simmons now only 11 seconds down on our leader. It'll only be a matter of time before we see Imogen Simmons on screen. So now we will have a battle on our hands. It'll be interesting to see if Lucy Buckingham is able to respond. But we pan back now. And you can see the bike rider of Imogen, so it is still at 11 seconds. So great footage from our cameraman. Thank you very much indeed. We can see that Lucy Buckingham, while still leading, it's only around 11 seconds back to Imogen Simmons. As Frederic Funk makes his way up that little rise for the 3rd time. Not long to go now before he is on his 4th and final lap here today in Walchsee. So as he comes round now, he will complete lap 3. And he has just a smidge over 5 kilometres left to run here today. What a perfectly calculated race this man has had. Just over 5 kilometres left to run. He still looks really, really good. Great turnover. Nice and high in the hips. He's definitely breathing heavily. He's working it hard, but he's still well and truly in control. He'll get that last split as he goes through transition here. That's Lucy Byram that he is passing. So while Lucy Byram is completing lap 1 and currently holding 4th place, we've got Frederic Funk getting all the cheers out there today, heading out for his 4th and final lap here today in Walchsee. Lucy Byram in 4th place. And while Tom Bishop continues to eat away at Freddie's lead, it is just too little too late. 1:46 now on the clock between the two. And Frederic actually looks like he's just picked it up. It looks like he is really going to push this last lap home. He's going to make sure that without a doubt at all, no one is going to get near this man here today. So here we have Tom Bishop making his way through to complete lap 3. So only 1 lap left for our top 2 professional males here on course. Just over 5 kilometres left for Tommy Bishop, while just under 5 kilometres left for Frederic Funk, our leader. Wonderful, wonderful racing from these two men here. They'll both head back up to Livigno in Italy. Well, Fred will be joining Tommy Bishop up there. They'll do some of their training together. They're both, of course, coached by different people, but they can still share some sessions together. One of the greatest things about our sport. And right now at 7.25 kilometres into the run, Lucy Buckingham leading by the smallest of margins. 7 seconds separating these two women. This is exactly the sort of racing we want to see at this level. We want it to be close. We want it to come down to the wire. We know that Grace Tech is absolutely charging from behind. So while we have been focusing on this woman, Lucy Buckingham, who's basically led from the gun, we know that Imogen Simmons is about to catch her. What I love about Imogen Simmons so far today, though, that is she's not doing anything crazy. She's not trying to take huge chunks of time out at once. It's cool, it's calm, it's calculated. She's staying well within herself. We know that it's down to around that 6-second mark. But charging from behind is Grace Tech, who is now still 2 minutes down. But if you think about it, she was 4 minutes down at the beginning of this run. We are only halfway through the run for the women. So you do the maths. And if there's anything that Grace Tech knows how to do, that is run the women down in front of her right down to the absolute death. So we can see both. That is the bike rider there of Imogen Simmons. So we know that the pass is imminent. It will only be a matter of time before we see Imogen Simmons run up behind Lucy Buckingham. But hats off to Lucy. There we go. On screen right now, both women looking fantastic out on the run course. Imogen Simmons, really such a class athlete. She's coming off a win. We knew that she was coming into this race in a really good form. She's PTO world ranking of 50, coached by Rito Brownlee. She's 30 years of age. She splits her time between Switzerland and Mallorca. She loves training in Mallorca with her partner Dan. She's coming off a win at the inaugural challenge, Cagnes-sur-Mer. So great race that she had there in Cagnes. Passing Lucy Buckingham. So for the first time since the gun went off this morning at 8:35, we have a new female leader here in Walchsee. Now it's really important for Lucy to just keep doing what she's doing, not to let it mentally get to her. She's just got to keep moving forward, keep those arms going, those legs going, try and keep sight of Imogen right now. She'll know that she'll have Grace Tech coming from behind. She'll know that Grace is the fastest runner on the field, in the field. And she needs to just concentrate on holding her form. Wonderful racing though from Imogen Simmons, our new leader here today in the women's field. So it reports out on course in our men's race. While our women's race, we have a new leader. It's what's happening further down the pack in our men's race, which is opening some eyes. We do know now that Tom Hoog is now in the top 5 and closing to 4th. 4th is Sven Thaumann, who we have been told is looking a little shaky, so he may have gone out a little too hard too early here. Jan Stratman holding 3rd place and looking very, very strong, while it is Sven Thaumann that is looking a little shaky out on course, and I think Tom Hoog is running his way through into 5th, and it might not be long before we see him in 4th place. So we expected Tom Hoog to run through the field, and I think it won't be long before we see Tom overtaking Sven Thaumann for 4th. And then it'll be a matter of Jan Stratman just holding on. I know Jan desperately wanted to stay on that podium today. He's doing everything he can to make sure. And this woman looking so, so strong. Imogen Simmons, totally in control on this run course. Frederic Funk looking faultless out there today. We'd all be lying if we said we weren't a little concerned. We got him in on the live coverage last week at Roth. He came in with bandages all over him. We're like, what happened? And he told us the story that last kilometre of the ride that he was on, Cat ran out in front of him, went through the front wheel. He came down. Cat was okay, but he came down. Took a lot of skin off, really badly bruised his hip, and he was really unsure, firstly, whether he was going to be able to even make the start line here today. Then there was concern that he wasn't going to be able to run. Thankfully for all of us, he's recovered, the swelling's gone down, and he is really looking unbeatable. And that hat trick that he's dreamt about, looking highly likely. So still with a 1:37 lead over Tommy Bishop. He's literally only got a couple of kilometres left to run. And then this win number 3, is there for the taking for Frederic Funk. Great to see so many spectators out on course. It's a great run to spectate. 4 laps in total, just over 5 kilometres per lap. The lap goes around the entire lake here in Walchsee. Frederic's just got to make it up this last little rise. This is the last little rise in the course before it's a nice long downhill section roll back into town. Men have now been racing for 3 hours and 34 seconds, while our women are at 3 hours and 29. Thanks to Wahoo for providing us with the times here today in Walchsee. I mentioned earlier that our fastest combined T1, T2 times for our male and female age group athletes will be taking home a Wahoo watch each for their efforts. Great to see that rain has now stopped. Nice and clear out there. The sun isn't shining just yet, but you can start to see a little bit of blue coming through. So while Frederic Funk leads, we know behind Tom Bishop at 1:35 back, Jan Stratman at 3 minutes back. Tom Hoog has now made his way into 4th place, so he has managed to overtake the young Swissman Sven Thaumann, who now holds 5th. And then in 6th place, we have Colin Such from the USA. In 7th, Jonathan Weyeff from Belgium. And then in 8th, Gregor Schreiner from Germany. 9th, Thomas Ott from Germany. And then rounding out our top 10, we have Rafael Lukacs from Austria. So our top 10 men. Fantastic to see Tom Hoog having such a strong race. We knew he was going to run through the field. We weren't sure just how many he was going to be able to run down. But to see him now holding 4th position. He's only 25 years of age. He lives just out of Nuremberg, Germany. He races for Switzerland. He's got a PTO ranking of 95. He's originally from Geneva, but he is self-coached. But he really set himself up for a great race today with his swim. I know he does have a swim squad that he belongs to, so they're doing a very good job with his swim. He's actually spent quite a bit of time in Brisbane, in Australia, so not far from where I live. And interestingly enough, he lives in Beirut, which is the same place that Andy Dreitz and Annie Haug are from. So that is where he is living right now and going to university there. And there we go, the red carpet. And this is what Frederic Funk is waiting desperately to go down. You can see some of our athletes going down now. They are our aquathon athletes, so don't be confused. We had the aquathon happening today as well. They went off at 8:55 a.m. this morning. Frederic still looking very, very smooth out there on the run, showing no signs of that crash he had last week. Getting lots and lots of support from the volunteers at the aid stations. Big shout out to our volunteers here. They always do such a great job. We could not hold these races without them. The volunteers last week in Roth, the volunteers here this week in Walchsee. Truly incredible human beings that give up their time year in, year out to help with our races. And we are only moments away from seeing this man on screen right now, Frederic Funk from Germany, taking win number 3, completing the hat trick here in Challenge Walchsee. Quick check of the watch just to make sure he's still on pace. So Imogen Simmons making her way out onto the 3rd lap. So she is on lap 3 of 4 here and looking well and truly in control of this race. She's now got about 30 seconds over Lucy Buckingham, who held that lead for so long here today. And Grace Tech, this is what we've been waiting for, 1:24 down. So Grace Tech less than a minute down on Lucy Buckingham, but 1:24 down on Imogen Simmons. They are just over halfway through this half marathon here today. Imogen running very, very well on screen right now. But here we go. There's the smile we know and love. He's excited. He made it abundantly clear this week that he wanted the win or nothing, and that's what he's got. So Frederic Funk from Germany taking win number 3. He won it here in 2021. He won it here in 2022. He holds the course record. He is now a hat-trick winner here at Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee. Magnificent race from the young German. I am sure he will be absolutely over the moon with the way he raced here today. He was strategic. He knew he needed or wanted to have a lead coming into transition. He got that and then some. And then he ran extremely well. 3:41.29, the winning time here today for Frederic Funk. It's not his course record. That was set last year at 3:36.01. He wasn't going for course records here today, let's be honest. He was going for the win, and that's all that mattered. And there is his manager and also Challenge family team, Zibby Ziflik. Good to see Zibby down on the finish line. He will be over the moon with his athlete. They have such a fabulous working relationship. And here he comes, second place as well. What a race this young man has also had here today, as another one of our aquabike athletes come through. But right behind, Thomas Bishop from Great Britain. These two men are very, very good friends. Tom did everything he could in his power to bridge across. Such great racing from both of them. Two of the nicest you'll get in the sport as well, both on and off the race course. That's Alona Klinger, one of the race directors here. Andreas Klinger. These two do such a spectacular job with this race. They're two of the best in the business. So in exactly 1.5 minutes separating these two in the end.
Und jetzt haben wir bei uns Frederic Funk, jetzt fahren wir mal. Lieber Frederic. Frederic hier einrennen. Nimm uns kurz mit auf deinen Arbeitstag.
Also es war mal wieder ein harter Tag. Also es wird auf keinen Fall einfacher. Ja, Schwimmen lief bei mir leider nicht so wie erwünscht. Der erste Wechsel auch, da hatte ich ein bisschen größeren Rückstand als erwartet. Bin es dann aber auf dem Rad eigentlich kontrolliert und zügig zugefahren. Hatte da ganz gute Beine, war in der ersten Runde teilweise ein bisschen genervt von meinen Konkurrenten, da die schon ein bisschen zu nah an mir im Hinterrad gefahren sind. War dann froh, als ich da endlich eine Lücke reißen konnte und dann alleine weg war und einen Vorsprung mit in die Wechselzone mitnehmen konnte. Beim Laufen, normalerweise ist es bei mir so, dass die zweite Hälfte besser geht als die erste, aber heute war es irgendwie am Anfang ganz gut und hinten raus wurde es dann nochmal richtig, richtig schwer. Und auch wenn ich Vorsprung hatte, ich war zu keinem Zeitpunkt sicher, ob ich gewinne bis vielleicht 1 Kilometer vom Ziel. Und ja, bin mega happy, dass es mit dem Hattrick hier geklappt hat.
Ja, wir sind auch mega happy. Nochmal riesengroßen Applaus für Frederic Funk. Und der nächste Herr ist da schon bei uns erinnern. Wir haben den drittplatzierten Jan Straubmann. Den haben wir bei uns schon. Und dann natürlich auch.
So some great words from Frederic Funk, our winner here today, down on the finish line as we see Jan Stratman from Germany come across in third. And Tom Hug, what a run from this young man from Switzerland, resides in Germany. Great run for Tom Hug to come home in fourth place. But our winner was just saying how incredibly special it is to take the hat trick here today.
and actually felt pretty strong. So just tried to like kind of find a pace and settle into it. Use the fast straights where I could really pick up some pace. And yeah, Freddie had too big a gap for me to shut down, and obviously he got 3 in a row now. So play to him. I'm happy to get second. Just another solid race. And yeah, looking forward to racing again here, maybe in the future.
So maybe next year we see you here back again.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's a great venue. The support have been amazing. Like the sponsors of the event, you can tell it's been going for years. And you've got some great race organisers. So yeah, fantastic experience.
So it was also for us a fantastic experience. Congratulations one more time, second place here in.
So wonderful racing from our professional men here today in Walchsee. Frederic Funk taking that elusive hat trick, coming home in a time of 3 hours 41 and 30. Tom Bishop, a minute and a half down, so close, but 3:43 flat. Great racing from these two men. They're great mates both on and off the racecourse. Coming home in third, Jan Stratman from Germany, 3:44.23. And Tom Hug from Switzerland, one of, if not the fastest run of the day, coming home in fourth place in 3:45.13. And it looks like he has managed to hold on. Sven Thaumann, we were given reports out on course that Sven Thaumann had really started to blow up, but he's managed to hold on to fifth place. Good for him. It is still the best result he's had. So coming home in fifth place, Sven Thaumann in a time of 3:47.25. Managing to hold off Colin Such from the USA. Wonderful racing from the young man from Switzerland. You can see he's gone as far as his body will take him today. Nothing left. But our top 5 professional men now home. As we go back to our women's race, we have got a race on our hands right now, while Imogen Simmons is in the box seat. She has a 52-second lead over Lucy Buckingham, but Grace Tech now at only 1:13 back. Lucy Byram in fourth, 7:19 back, and Jenny Jendrashik at 9:27 back. So Imogen Simmons still looking very, very strong out on the run course. 52-second lead over Lucy Buckingham. I think we may have the same situation that we had in the men's race, that Grace Tech is just going to run out of real estate. We know that Imogen is just over halfway around that third lap, so once she comes through and completes this third lap, she'll have 1 lap left to go. When it comes to Grace Tech and the run, you never say never with this young pocket rocket. If anyone is able to catch the women up front, it is Grace. I've seen her do it time and time again. So I never, ever discount her until the very, very dying moments of the run. But Imogen just doing everything right, not going too hard, just looking very much in control. Nice relaxed arms, nice relaxed shoulders, just ticking it over. She'll be well aware that Grace Tech is taking big chunks of time out, but she just needs to keep doing what she's doing, concentrate on herself, and just hoping that Grace Tech will run out of real estate here. Probably less than 7 kilometres left to run for Imogen Simmons. Actually looks like Nick held on there in front of Imogen, definitely not having the race that we know that this young man is capable of. Nick held on, came into this race as one of the favourites. He's coached by his father, Frank Heldon, an absolute legend in his own right. He was second at 70.3 Marbella in May. He was second at Ironman Lanzarote. He had an absolute stellar race there. But today is just not his day, unfortunately. We know he came into this race in good form, but hats off to him for finishing it off. That was Oliver Martinussen going past Nick held on there. So you can just see that Nick not running the way we know he is capable of running. But at 24 years of age, he's still got his whole career ahead of him. But Imogen Simmons, really, it just shows she is running so well right now, so in control. We're going to head to a really quick advertisement break, and we'll be back with the end of this amazing women's race.
Introducing the Wahoo Powerlink Zero, giving competitive cyclists everything they need to train with purpose. Power, tempo, efficiency, confidence, functionality. The power you need, the pedal you can trust.
So back with our women's race, you can see many of our age group athletes are also out onto the run course now here in Walchsee. More of our professional males coming across the finish line along with our aquabike athletes. In our men's race, our top 10 professional men, Frederic Funk taking that hat trick here today, followed by Tommy Bishop, Jan Stratman in third, Tom Hoog in fourth, Sven Thaumann in fifth, Colin Such in sixth, Jonathan Weyer from Belgium coming home in seventh, Thomas Ott from Germany in eighth, Gregor Schreiner in ninth, and rounding out our top 10 here today, Rafael Lukacs from Austria in 10th. So wonderful racing from our professional men. We are now waiting for our professional women. They are not too far from making their way down the infamous red carpet here in Walchsee.
Wo sind Sie denn, Springforstgruppe? Sind Sie schon auf? Kommen da raus.
Ja, weil es war so viel, was irgendwie nicht gepasst hat. Also. Aber dann lieber einmal.
So unfortunately we have been given reports out on course that something has happened to Grace Tech. She is now walking. We did know that she was coming into this race with a little bit of a hip problem. And unfortunately, it looks like towards the latter parts of this half marathon that it's started to play an effect on her run. This is such a shame because she was absolutely flying out there on course. I'm not sure what this is going to mean for Grace right now. But we currently have Imogen Simmons in the lead, followed by Lucy Buckingham, who is now 1 minute 14 down. Grace Tech still holding third, but 4:12 back. So 4 minutes 12 back on Imogen Simmons. And from all reports, she is having some issues out there with that hamstring injury that she was talking about. She did come into this race with a little bit of a hip/hamstring issue. We know Lucy Byram is in fourth, only 6:17 down. So if Grace Tech is unable to get herself going again, it will only be a matter of time before Lucy Byram is able to catch and overtake Grace Tech for that last spot on the podium. And we know that Jenny Jendrusek from Germany is 9:56 back. Els Visser has run her way up into sixth place. She's at 11:36 back, so a long way back from our leader, but great to see Els make her way through the field and up into sixth place. This is such a shame for Grace because I know she was a little worried. I'm just so disappointed for her because she's such a class runner. And she just wasn't sure whether she was going to be able to hold on for the full 21 kilometres. No such problems for this woman on screen now, Imogen Simmons. Looking like she's getting stronger and stronger with each lap. I cannot see anyone getting close to Imogen right now. So wonderful race from Imo, as she's more affectionately known. And now we've got Lucy Buckingham also heading out to complete the fourth and final lap. Beautiful part of the course here down on the foreshore of Walchsee. So I'll try and give you a bit more of an update on what's going on with Grace Tech, but we were sent in some pictures that she was walking up one of the rises. I'm hoping that she can get herself running again. I know she will desperately want to hold on to that final spot on the podium. But right now on course, Imogen Simmons in the box seat and looking very, very likely to take the win here today. Behind her, Lucy Buckingham now at 1:17 back. So with our men's race now run and won, I can say that Tom Bishop now leads. He is the new leader in the Challenge Family End of Year World Bonus. He was on 800 points. He's now earned himself an extra 250. So he will be on 1,050 points. And behind him, we will have Matisse Magirier on 850, along with Caleb Noble also on 850. So Tommy Bishop, bravo. That is the main reason he came down from altitude to race here today, was to get to the front in the world bonus. Mission completed. We'll now be able to head straight back up to altitude and get back into some heavy training for the second half of the season. but he will be a very happy young man. End of year bonus, $25,000 they get to take home for winning that world bonus. I know for Tom, that'll be some after party. He's engaged to Sian Rainsley. They do have their wedding coming up. I'm not quite sure when that wedding is, but I think if Tom is able to pull off that world bonus win, it will be the parties of all parties. Imogen Simmons here in Walchsee with her partner Dan Whelan, an ex-pro cyclist himself. He will be very, very proud of what his partner is doing here today. Also, Imogen's dad arrived late last night. I got the opportunity to talk with him this morning, and you could see he is very, very proud of his daughter and her achievements thus far. I'm sure he is down on the finish line right now, very excited. Trying to get an update on what is going on behind our leader. We know Lucy Buckingham is in second, but we do think there may be a change. We think Lucy Byram may have now overtaken Grace Tech. We don't think Grace has been able to start running again yet. I'm going to try and get that confirmed by my spotters down on ground at the next timing, Matt. But right now on screen, Lucy Byram has moved herself into third, which will well and truly cement her position at the top of the world bonus. She was already leading. If she's able to stay in third position here today, that is an extra 150 points and will push her even further out in front behind the likes of Magda Niewald, Annie Haug and Grace Tech. So Imo, very, very close to home. You can see still taking in some calories, some nutrition, doing everything right. She knows that you need to look after yourself all the way to the finish line. I've seen races lost in the last 1 or 2 kilometres, but Imogen doing everything right, making sure she leaves no stone unturned. She's going to take care of herself all the way to the finish line. So we do have it confirmed that Lucy Byram from Great Britain is now up into third place. There's no sign of Grace Tech as yet, so we're not sure if she's able to finish here today or whether she is still walking. I really, really hope that this niggle injury that she has isn't anything too serious. I know she has a long season ahead of her. So now Jenny Jendrasek is up into 4th place. Els Visser up into 5th place. And it looks like Grace Tech is somewhere after that. We just have not got an update yet on whether she is still on the race course or has had to call it a day due to this injury. And what a shame for Grace Tech. She was absolutely flying in the early stages of this half marathon. Actually, beautiful temperatures out there now for our age group athletes, many of whom are just starting the half marathon here today. Temperatures at about 19 to 20 degrees Celsius, so perfect for running a half marathon. The rain has stopped, which is great for the athletes still out on the bike and for those now onto the run. Our women are now at just over 4 hours, so 4 hours and 1 minute, 45 seconds into the race here today. Kickoff time for our women, 8:35 a.m. this morning, a very civilised hour as compared to the weekend before in Roth, where our professionals started at 6:30. Very early alarm last week for myself. Had a little bit of a sleep in today. 8:30 is a much more respectable time to be getting up. So right now, Imogen Simmons leading the way here, 17.75 kilometres into the run. Lucy Buckingham in second. Still looking nice and light on her feet. It's taken Imogen a long time to get back to where we know she is capable of being. The injury that she had required surgery. It was a long recovery process post-op. And this is really the first season where we've been able to see the Imogen of old back. Coming into this race, having come off a win in France. One of the inaugural Challenge Cagnes-sur-Mer. Very similar sort of bike course to what we're seeing here today. Very technical, very hilly. So I think definitely the sort of course that suits Imogen's strengths. She had a really strong swim behind Lucy Buckingham. She rode very, very well. And now she's finishing it off with a very strong half marathon. Getting a pat on the back from some of the age group athletes out on course. Great to see. So just this last little nasty section of the run course. It's slightly uphill. She's just got to keep it together. And you can see she still looks really, really in control. Breathing is nice and controlled. Shoulders are still nice and relaxed. There's not a lot of upper body movement. Still nice and light on her feet. And this is where she wants to be. This is the best part of the run course, apart from the finish line, of course. This nice downhill section all the way back. And once she gets to the bottom of this, she's probably got a couple of 100 metres left to run before she'll make that hard left-hand turn onto the red carpet and into the finish line. And while we are nearing the end of our professional race here in Walchsee, of course, we have still got 1,250 individual athletes out there racing, our age group athletes. We've got our relay athletes also on the course right now. We've got quite a few absolute legends from the German biathlon team racing today in teams. So Imogen making her way back into the town of Walchsee. This being the 13th edition of the race. First started back in 2010. And it's one of the most popular races on the calendar for both age groupers and professional athletes alike. Run by a wonderful team here in Austria. Andreas and Ilona Klinger, two of the best in the business. We had a sellout race this year, so maximum capacity on course with just on 1,500 athletes racing here today. I'm certainly going to mark this race on my calendar as a must-do event. I definitely want to return here next year. One of the most beautiful venues I've ever had the pleasure of coming to. One of the things I love most about Challenge Family and the races is just some of the wonderful race venues that we have around the world. Got so many new races coming onto the schedule. There's still so many more that I want to visit. Wonderful shot there of Imogen Simmons heading back towards town. Still concentrating. I don't think we'll see a smile from Imogen until she gets around to about 100 metres to go when those crowds start to cheer her in. Right now it's full concentration. She knows she's got a job at hand. All of our top professionals here this week have been treated so incredibly well by Das Walchsee Active Resort. So big shout out to Walchsee Hotel and also the Plätze Resorts. Amazing sponsors here in Walchsee. It really is an athlete's paradise. Love that in the background. We've got people playing tennis while there's a triathlon going on right behind them. And that's just what this place is. It's just full of activity. So many different sports here. Some of the bike tracks and the running trails, absolutely unbelievable. I've been exploring a few times this week and it really is, as I said, an athlete's paradise. So just over 1 kilometre left for Imo Simmons here today. Just like Frederic Funk, she has paced it to perfection. So that last little uphill, up onto the bridge, down the other side. And I think once she gets round this corner, she will realise that the win is hers. She'll hear the cheers from the crowd. I can hear them from my booth. They can see that she's coming. Brilliant race from Imogen here today. She should be I know she will be very, very happy. Here she comes. She'll make that left-hand turn. Hat goes on the right way. Cheers from the crowd and that big smile, that beautiful smile of Imogen's. She is over the moon. Beautiful work, Imogen Simmons. Look at the relief on her face. She knows she's raced so well today. 4:13.41. I'm just so happy for Imogen. And here she comes. We cannot forget about this woman. She led from the gun. She basically said to every single woman out there on the course, catch me if you can. Brilliant swim, brilliant ride. Holding on for second place here today. Only just back from a really nasty injury. And I have absolutely no doubt that there will be more to come from this young woman, Lucy Buckingham. She is only just getting started. As she makes her way down to the finish. And up that red carpet. Big cheers to the crowd. Lucy Buckingham from Great Britain home in its second place here today. Wonderful, wonderful racing from these two women. Big hugs on the finish line. There's so much mutual respect amongst our professional men and women. So 4:13 and 41 for Imogen Simmons, 4:15.01 for Lucy Buckingham. Some of our professional men still in that finish line. So at the finish line area. Ooh, bit of a nasty blister there. I love it though, this respect that the athletes have for each other. As I mentioned earlier, we have a wonderful presentation this afternoon, straight into an amazing after party here that Das Walchsee Hotel is kindly putting on for everyone. Zibby down on the finish line. He loves it. He participated in a relay today as well. He always takes part in a relay, but then he's back down onto that finish line, and he'll be down there welcoming every single one of the professional athletes across that line.
So, take us on a little journey from today. Coming second out of the bike course,
Starting as a second into the running leg and then like running like hell here.
Well, thank you. Firstly, you must tell me if Grace comes through because she's also done a phenomenal race. Well, Lucy Buckingham shot off like first out the water at the Olympics swimmer would, and off she went. And yeah, I kind of just knew that I had to put my head down, play it safe in the corners. I hope everyone had a safe race because, yeah, it was dangerous out there, but within reason. So it was a beautiful course. I managed to enjoy it despite the wet. In fact, even more so because of the wet. And then I just pushed hard on the run and hoped to bring it home without being caught by these super fast ladies. So thank you guys so much. Thank you to the incredible supporters. That was insane the whole way around the course. Random corners around the Austrian countryside. We had people cheering and clanging cowbells, so I felt very much at home in Switzerland. Yeah, thank you so much to the organisers. A beautiful race, and what a spectacular day. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Awesome. Again, what a spectacular day, and you made it a bit more special. All of you guys here competing at the
So wonderful to hear from Imogen Simmons. Big smiles all around. Very, very happy, as she should be with her race today. So while our first two professional women are across the finish line, we are now waiting for Lucy Byram from Great Britain. Els Visser has made her way up to 4th place. So after what I would call a subpar swim and bike for Els, she is flying through the field and has moved her way up into 4th place. So great running from Els. We then have Jenny Jendrasek from Germany in 5th and Franzi Reng in 6th. And here we go. Here she is, Lucy Byram, the youngest in the field at only 23 years of age. Home in 3rd position. Cementing herself at the top of the world bonus. She made it abundantly clear at the beginning of the season that that was her goal for this year, was to win that world bonus. And so far, she is doing everything right. Pushing her lead out even further. Have to remember that this is only Lucy Buckingham's 3rd race back after injury. Down on screen right now in the white, that is Nicholas Ludwig, one of our top age groupers from Germany. Very, very strong age group. It wouldn't surprise me if he was our fastest age group athlete of the day. I know he was intent on winning the fastest combined T1, T2 and winning, taking home yet another Wahoo watch. He's already won it before at one of our other races. Told me he wanted to get another watch. I'm like, what do you want 2 for? You can only wear 1. But very good age group athlete. Great to see Nicholas down there. So wonderful scenes down on the finish line here in Challenge Kaiserwinkl-Walchsee.
information for the flower ceremony. It will be at 1:15, also 13:15 Uhr Flower Ceremony mit den 3 schnellsten Frauen und Männern aus den Profis. Hier haben wir schon aufgebaut, die Siegerprojekte neben dem Zielbogen und dann ist die Bundesläufe stehen ja schon parat. Diese übergeben jeweils 3 schnellsten Flower Ceremony, dann
So great scenes down at the finish line there of the 2 Lucys. Lucy Buckingham coming in second today, Lucy Byram in third. Amazing racing all round here in Walchsee. It started out in pretty tough conditions, I have to say. Wet roads, there was rain. Right now, beautiful conditions for the rest of our age groupers who are making their way around the run course here in Walchsee. Our top 3 women, Imogen Simmons from Switzerland, Lucy Buckingham from Great Britain in second, and Lucy Byram in third. For our professional men, of course, it was Frederic Funk taking home. Next year, I will be back next year, but until then, it's goodbye from me and have a great day.
Die Position sich